Yeah, I think. Yeah.
You probably already know.
Yeah. Did Suzanne call?
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing in here, and then the presenters will,
This is the reason that we're using our-
administrators are gonna have to like do course study
Yeah,
and video
there's-
production with all of the online meetings.
Morning.
I was wondering, that was gonna be my question, was if that was.
Cameras there.
Wait, this side. Sorry. So, yeah.
Particularly your lines.
Yeah, I don't need to. You said that these were much stronger mics, so
But if, I don't know that we'll do any voting today.
only to approve the agenda
Yeah, so you may need to lean over to Commissioner Moore and
and
co-opt his.
Well, see, I tried one of these new chairs yesterday when it was.
I just wanted to get him out of the way.
I was gonna sneak one into my office and, oh, never mind.
okay, so do you sit up straight?
No, I don't sit up straight. I sit on my
Oh,
feet. I sit on my feet.
I sit up straight and so. That's okay.
Oh, do you? I do too. Thank you. Okay, we'll get started. This is the special meeting, the committee of the whole. And this notice is for participation via internet technology. Pine County Commissioner Matt Ludwig will be attending the Pine County Board of Commissioners Special Meeting Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, the 24th at 9 a.m. via interactive technology pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D-02. Commissioner Ludwig will be seen and heard at the meeting by electronic means and will participate from Staybridge Suites 2350 Commerce Drive, Northwest Rochester, Min. Location is open and accessible to the public. Public is invited to join the meeting in person or remotely by phone. And the numbers are listed. With that, we will call the meeting to order and we will rise for the pledge.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Matt, you're hearing us okay?
Yes.
Okay, remember, Matt's hearing us on the little microphone in front of us, so try to talk into it. Ryan, thanks for the good job on restructuring of this room and the technology we have to use. I think it's awesome. I almost have forgotten already how the old room was. So we're gonna hear first of all, let's, any additions or corrections to the agenda? We'll look for a motion to approve.
Awesome move.
A second.
Motion by Lovegren, second by Waldham. Any discussion? If not, Debbie, you want to call the roll?
District 1, Chair Holland.
Yes.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Lovegren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldham.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we will then, first up is Amy Willard from District Court Administrator. Are you on?
I received an email from her like 5 minutes ago that said she had the link, but I don't see her joining yet. And could I just make a couple of short introductory remarks and maybe a little bit for the benefit of Terry and JJ, who this is your first budget. process. But typically what happens over these two budget meetings is all of the departments and agencies come in and they present their request, opportunity for commissioners to ask lots of questions and get, any info that they might want or direct some follow-up. Typically, there isn't decisions made on what to include or exclude, but it's certainly helpful for staff if commissioners are really leaning one way or another on a request to know that. If someone asks for something and none of you are interested in it, it's sometimes helpful at this stage to get some feedback that says, yeah, given where we are with the gap in the budget, that's probably not something that would be a priority versus this would really be a priority. Does that make sense? And I don't know, Josh, Matt, or Steve, if you want to
I think
give any
that's
insight.
pretty typical. Generally, we kind of wade through everything but occasionally I think people can tell by the looks on our face that.
And then there'll be a gap, right? And right now it's about 1.2 million. Is that the number that no one is anticipating that's going to be made up from levy?
1.4 million.
What did I say? 1.2.
1.2.
So 1.4 million is the gap right now based on the request. No one is anticipating that the board is going to say, yep, whatever levy is needed will increase the levy. So we have some work to do on that point. And then after all of the requests, we will come back, with whatever direction input we hear from the commissioners with some ways to balance the budget, I guess, for your review. So if that's helpful, but these meetings are really for commissioners to ask lots of questions and feel comfortable with understanding the budget requests.
Okay.
And someone joined by phone, so maybe that's Amy.
This is Amy. I'm having trouble with my internet at home today, so I apologize. But I know you guys have the materials ahead of time too. So I'm here.
All right. You want to go ahead, Amy?
Okay, thank you. And again, I apologize that I'm not there. I actually had 3 of my kids test positive for COVID over these past weeks, so we are on quarantine. Otherwise, I'd love you guys in person.
Well, you're where you need to be then.
Yep. So I am just looking through my line items here. At the top there, that's the state reimbursement aid. So for 2022, I put that at $2,000. That's the reimbursement that would be received from the state for the telephones, the postage and freight that the county pays ahead of time, but then the state will reimburse for. The bail pending is outstanding bail that we don't have a case attached to yet. So maybe charges haven't been filed in it yet, but we're holding bail. The next line item is the fines and fees. As of June, the end of June 2021, we had received $3,020 so far in fines and fees. I estimate that we'll have $6,000 by the end of the year. And again, that's income coming in. We have noticed that, as things are opening up more, we're able to collect more fines and fees than we were in 2020. Telephones, you'll notice that that's significantly lower than years past as an expenditure. At the end of last year, so at the end of 2020, we transitioned to state phones. So I think there's a few county phones that we're still using up there. So that's why that's a lower amount. Postage and freight is at $1,208. I estimated that would be $2,500. As a result of the pandemic, we are having some of our stuff mailed from a centralized location. So this postage and freight number may go down as well. And then the big ticket item that normally you guys have is this court-appointed specialist. I left that at $60,000 for a 2022 budget, but I do anticipate that'll be lower. If you look at that 13,800 number, that was as of, July 1st or whatever. But that I think is going to stay significantly lower as a result of the pandemic. They're doing a lot of these meetings via Zoom or via telephone. It's no longer in person like it used to be. So we're not paying those travel costs. So that's resulting in a significantly lower portion for the court-appointed specialists. And I do believe that this is something that will go forward into the future, that they will try to do a lot of those via Zoom. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what the court's budget looks like for 2022.
Anybody got any?
Did any-
questions? It's a pretty simple, probably the simplest budget we get to deal with.
I like that.
Amy, and in your spreadsheet, I am just not seeing the 2021 net number. Is that, do you have that?
I did not have that offhand, so I don't know if that's something that Kelly can get possibly, but yeah, I don't have the net number.
21. For 2021, the net for the budget was 58,900.
And so in these budget spreadsheets, the net number is kind of a proxy for the levy as you go through and look at that number. And so you can see this one is increasing a bit from 2021 to 2022.
Yep, and I do anticipate that 60,000 being lower for the main part of our budget, but I just don't know. So, you know, if you look at where we're at for 2021, we're gonna be under 30,000 if it stays that way, but I just don't know. You know, I'm guessing it's gonna be that, so that's why I went higher with that.
All right, and
What-
I'm sorry, the arithmetic in the spreadsheet is wrong for 2022. That the 8,000 and the 62,900 are adding together versus
Subtracting,
Subtracting.
yeah.
So that makes. more
So the
sense.
net number
Yeah.
should actually be 54,900.
Okay,
Yep.
So that's an improvement.
Yep,
Right.
All right.
there. Any questions for Amy?
54,900.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. I'm gonna jump off then. If you guys have any questions, just go ahead and reach out via email too.
What was
Okay,
that, Matt? Or-
That would be balanced or real close to it then, right?
Well, so they just need less levy dollars this year than they did last year to run.
We're off to a good start.
Okay, I forgot my iPad out in my truck. I'm just.
Yep.
Want this?
No, I'll just go get my iPad. That's not a big deal.
okay. Reese,
You know, the first budget, I think so. I would arguably say that the law library budget's actually,
well, that could be.
Yeah, than court administration.
That could be.
I think this one's in the running for simplest. So I'll start with the simplest first, law library, and this is one of those budgets that for the most part takes care of itself. We get revenue from fines and fees through the court, and then that revenue is used to pay expenditures. And there is a reserve too that kind of gives us a nice cushion on it. And last I looked, it was over 3,000. So it's the revenues in this law library are actually up. I think that's due to some of the revenue recapture for fines and fees and the checks that people read from the government. So we're getting some of that back. State statute requires a law library, so that's why we have one. It's, if you haven't been up there, it's on the second floor next to my office. Small room, probably gets used less than it used to. I think mainly attorneys meet in there nowadays. But again, required to have it. We have a part-time contract law librarian, and she has refused to take a raise this past year. So it's kind of a static when it comes to expenses, and Bonnie Moore is our contract law librarian, and she's wonderful. So any questions on law library?
He refused an increase.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that great? She's wonderful. All right, second page. That's the county attorney budget. For the most part, it's on 2022, it's an 8% increase. I think I have it listed as a 7.43. I ran that calculation. I think it's an even 8. But I'd say nearly all that increase involves just salaries. Obviously, we're very knowledge and professional based versus materials based type of office. A lot of our other stuff has been static for many years with, you know, postage and advertising, travel expenses, and we've always been under budget on a lot of that stuff. So we do get some revenues through contract services to Health and Human Services. So that's some of the services we perform for them, including the child support, attorney contract services through the 4 cities, the 4 larger cities in Pine County. By state statute, if you are a city of 600 or more, the city has to pay for its own prosecution and its own law enforcement. And there is an option in statute to contract with the county attorney's office to provide those services. So we have contracts with those 4 cities, Hinckley, Sandstone, Rock Creek, and High City. Those are the only 4 over 600. And I'd love to have another secretary in my office. I heard the $1.4 million number thrown out. I know how that request will go, so I didn't ask for it in the budget. But it may be something that maybe there's other funds for that, and we'll try to figure that out with our numbers. But overall, I mean, it's people in my office are really earning their money. We charge a lot of crimes. We charge more crimes than, say, Chisago County, which is a 40% greater population. They have about twice the number of staff that we do. More crimes than Isani County. Again, they have a higher staff, attorneys and secretaries. So I think we're doing pretty well, but I know I hear about how they're stressed a lot. So it's and this year's been kind of different too. We're playing catch up with some of the COVID numbers. We're not really behind because we always kept on top of charging, but the court system has kind of made us behind by delaying cases. And so we've got long jury trial calendars and multiple jury trial calendars. And we have 3 judges, and the judges have added calendars. So we've got, we used to have, when I started here, we had more days of attorney time. So there could be, 3 days of an attorney in the office. Now I can have an attorney out 5 days a week in court. So it makes it rather difficult for them. So they're definitely earning their wages, and they report that they're happy with Pine County. So I haven't had attorney turnover at least in 5 years now, which I think is a record.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any questions on the county attorney budget.
Reese, we recognize the fact that you need some more help in that secretarial, and I'll keep that in mind as we go. I appreciate you being, everybody's pretty conservative here when they do their budgets, and I appreciate that, but I think we also have to recognize that we can't work forever under stress. And so it's okay to do it once in a while, but it's, if the long-term solution is that, we're gonna be in trouble. So.
Right. Thank you.
A silly question. The attorney contract services went down $4,000. Is that just because things aren't happening the way they usually did, or?
No, so that was the city of Hinckley. And what happened during, this is what I suspect happened. I was told other reasons, but in 2020, the casino shut down. And so I think they weren't getting the revenue that they expected from a lot of sources. And so the city went through, I think, contracts and its expenses, and then asked if I would take a reduction on mine. And I told them, no way, because the way I put together a formula, and I based it upon what they paid their private attorneys in the past, and then I reduced it by 25%. And I had all those budget numbers, and then the city administrator, lo and behold, came back to me and said that, well, I misquoted you. It was actually a lower number that we paid our private attorneys. And I said, okay, well, fine. we'll reduce it and go forward. Yeah, so that was kind of a long process. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
what do you think a secretary would cost? About 50 total?
Probably, I'd say more 70.
Okay.
Because there's potentially a $26-ish thousand health insurance cost. if it's-
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll go to victim services.
This one's a relatively easy one. So basically, we have a reliable grant, knock on wood, we get, that's been in existence, I think, since the 70s, but every 2 years we get $140,000, essentially what it comes out to. And we started this back in 2018 or 2019, I believe, and obtained that grant. And so we're on the second cycle of it. Our victim services coordinator is Loanne Westerman. She does a wonderful job. Most of the grant, or I say all the grant, pays for most of her salary and benefits. We've actually underspent on the grant the last 2 years, and Kelly's helped us with catching up on some of those expenses. But it's an idea of what Loanne does. Year to date, she has provided victim services to 1,329 people, provided nearly 2,000 notifications to victims in our cases, over 1,300 contacts regarding criminal justice system information, 2,100 contacts with people trying to obtain victim rights, obtaining notifications. And she's accompanied 137 individuals to court, victims to court, to help them through the process. So she's busy, she's good at her job. And now those are just year-to-date numbers. So I think this is definitely always a necessary position. One of the biggest flaws in the court system is that it's not built for crime victims. And this is one of those things that the state and the federal governments kick the money and a little bit of county match to kind of help equalize that imbalance.
So prior to this, we didn't do any outreach to victims.
So prior to this, it was kind of a hybrid system where some of the notifications were done by our secretaries. And then we relied upon Windows, which is the nonprofit in Hinckley, which I folded around the time that we got this grant. So
Great.
it was good timing for us.
When did Luann come from Windows? So she brought all that expertise with her from there. Which was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was great over there too. I worked with her for many years. And even when I was in Knabec, I worked with her, and she's a fantastic person.
Any more questions? Easy peasy, Reese.
Thank you.
Suzanne,
I-
jumping in
I
first.
saw her.
Okay, because I texted her, but I didn't respond.
Yeah, I saw her in the hallway.
Paul is here.
We can do Paul. You ready, Paul? Well, you don't have to be.
Morning, everyone. All right, so this is my first time doing this, so I am, I'll say it again one more time, bear with me. Hopefully by next year, you'll have to hear me say that. But essentially, what I provided you guys is our draft budget that we've come up with for our 2022 budget. As you can see, we are funded by several different pots of money. The majority of that comes from state grants. A good portion of it comes from you guys, the county, so we greatly appreciate your support for the district in the past. And then also some of our district revenue that we generate ourselves through different programs that we provide in the county. What you guys, I guess, need to be focusing on is the county revenue section in the 2022 draft budget. for the district. I also provided expense breakdown for 2022 and 2021 that shows where those funds are being, have been spent. That county appropriation, that CNTY APP is where we have been spending your money this year in 2021. It was 54 something. But as you can see, we spend it kind of throughout our expense profile. So for 2022, I am asking for a small increase of $4,879, which would bring the county appropriation to the district to $59,218. Essentially, that number came up with, I came up with that number because of just general increases in several things. An example is our audit cost has increased by $500. There's been several other things where there's been a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. Some of our district expenses last year were that we predicted based off of numbers that we were kind of grasping at. We're starting to get a better understanding of what we're spending this year. So some of that has changed. That's probably one of the greatest increases in our budget. And that's where a large portion of the county appropriation goes to help us pay for our expenses. So we are also looking at trying to figure out a way to hire another employee, maybe in 2023. So that may be something that in the future, we may be asking for a larger increase to help fund that position. But right now, for 2022, we aren't moving forward with that quite yet because we still have to figure out how that's all going to operate and look like. So I guess I'm not in, if there's any questions.
As we are transitioning to one watershed, one plan throughout the county, the water plan, from what I understand, the water plan grants from the state to the county are gonna dry up. Kinda, and is that true?
The clean water funds are going to be, I'm not 100% sure on the water plan grant. I know that helps fund our technician position right now. So that's something, you know, if that shifts with the state, that's another conversation, you know, that'll be had, and we'll find ways to incorporate other funding to help.
I think that's my question now, because we're gonna be in 4 watersheds.
Correct.
And every one of those watersheds is another organization that needs to be taken care of.
Yes.
And so my wonderment is if we take that water plan money and use that for the funding of our participation in these one watershed, one plan, if we wouldn't be, if that's where we need to have our efforts. It all works together. I understand that. But I'm confused of how it's all going to play out.
Yeah, no, I get that, you know, because the county is very involved in that. You know, Caleb does a great job and is very involved in the programs, and his staff are. You know, obviously, I would like to see that kept in the district. But, you know, that's your guys' prerogative as the ones who received those funds in the first place. You know, and that's, again, can be a conversation to be had. I think for the time being, helping fund the district technician who also, you know, works within that, it's a good place to have it, and help fund that position. Moving forward, like I said, that's a discussion we can have. So essentially, what I would like to see from the county would be to provide all the funds you provided us last year, plus that $4,879 extra, to help cover some of the increased just general increases in operation, so.
Any questions? If we do, we know where to go.
Yeah, like you guys know where I'm at, so any other questions as you move forward, please let me know and I'll try and answer them the best I can, so.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right,
Paul.
thanks, guys.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Suzanne, how are you?
I'm sorry that you had to skip over me, but that was good that I could be here to listen to Paul's presentation. It's great to see the rain today, isn't it?
Yes, no kidding.
Okay, so I did bring copies of what was distributed in email. And would it be helpful to have copies, do you think? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that the stuff there?
Yep, it would be just the budget and that one pager for the ARPA. So I don't know if you want. Here. The extension budget is primarily people. So that's, I'm sure, something that you've noticed when you've gone through this. I'll just kind of take a step through it. As you would notice, the second line, the first line item, the county extension committee meets, and that's an advisory group to the extension committee. And to have them meet, we do have per diems, and so they're built into the budget and they get mileage as well. So that's a little bit of the budget. The second line item is the Master Gardener Coordinator. And so that's a very part-time position that we have. It's a temp casual position hired by the university and for Pine County Master Gardener Coordination. So Terry Samala holds that position at the University of Minnesota. A temp casual can be hired up to 14 hours a week. And that is what we do with his position. So it's a straightforward, that's his time and wage. So that's a really easy thing that we have in that line item. We also have a 4-H summer intern. And so that's part-time, that's listed there as well. So the rest of the budget really is pretty straightforward, office supplies, telephone, those types of things, until you get to line item 6263, which is professional and technical services. So I've detailed that out at the bottom of the page. And if you notice, that includes the full-time 4-H educator. So the 76,949, that is for the contract. So the University of Minnesota and counties operate through something called the Memorandum of Agreement. And it's developed by the Association of Minnesota Counties. There's a subcommittee on extension, and it's county commissioners that work with extension prior to this 3-year MOA. So once we have, this is the year that we'll renew for 2022 through 2024. And so once we know what the budget is, I'll prepare the MOA and we'll bring it back for the county board to sign. But that is something that's developed with university, and I think there's about 10 county commissioners across the state that work on that committee. And that price includes their wage, but it's not their wage. So they don't make 76,000. 4-H educator makes their wage is about 60 to 65% of that. And then there's benefits plus mileage, other things. So I distributed to the extension committee on Monday a note that our 4-H educator has resigned. So we will be doing a search soon, but that is in the budget for 2022. Also, the extension committee discussed the success that the agriculture educator has had. That position for 2021 was a 0.5. It's a half-time position. That position is going gangbusters. I mean, a lot of technical assistance, reaching out to people and going to their farms, helping them. Or in some instances, it's people who want to move to Pine County and want to start a farming endeavor and helping them figure out what soils they need, going to a site to help them. Okay, well, if you're going to do this, then you need to be looking for this, things like that. Also, the ag educator has started small farms startup, basically training. So it's a few months in the work when community members who are interested, they come to this training session and they learn about the things it takes to run a farm. So I just wanted you to know that that has caught the attention of people across the state, and other extension personnel are starting to copy that idea. So that has been something that has started in Pine County. It's on the third run of it now. September will be the third cohort that'll go through of people learning how to start up a farm, or things that you need to learn as you're maybe taking the next step up with a farm, things like that. You might have also seen in an email that I distributed to the Extension Committee, our ag educator has also resigned. He is going to be moving to Florida in November. His wife needs warmer climate, and so they're going to be going, he's going to work for the University of Florida Extension. So I say this with a smile because I've adjusted to it, right? But Rod has done some really great legwork and groundwork, and he's laid out a great program for someone to follow on. So the position has been a 0.5. The Extension Committee debated. In here is a point, or it's a 1.0, but you can see that I also listed the 0.75. The Extension Committee did recommend going up to a 1.0. There is some savings this year. We have noticed that the last few years, we've had long-standing ag educators across the state who have retired. And we're rehiring people, but when you're at the end of your career, you make more than you do when you're at the beginning of your career. So we've had a lot of people who have retired who are at their top earning. And so Extension with that AMC committee lowered the price. So for a 1.0, instead of 96,000 for a full-time, it's 85,000. So there's a little bit of savings written into this too.
What happens is this committee that's appointed through AMC and the university sit down and negotiate a contract. So when we hire an ag educator or a 4-H coordinator, we hire who we want to hire, but they're actually getting a paycheck from the University of Minnesota.
Good point.
And they fit on the university's pay schedule. But instead of us trying to figure out where they fit on the schedule, university does that. They take all 87 counties, add them together and divide by the number of people, and we pay the average of the ag educator. So it's a good deal. Some years we might think we're getting screwed because we're getting a brand new person and we're paying a little bit more. But we're hiring the University of Minnesota. So I think it's a good deal, and they do we do the picking out who we're gonna pick out, but they do all the backroom HR work and all that stuff, so.
By hiring and investing in that contract, you do get the university, you get supervisors, you get other staff who come in and surround that educator with their knowledge too. So that's a really good point. So those are the two pieces of that professional technical services line item that I wanted to just pull out. It's 4-H and an ag educator. Then there's a small subscription for fair entry software that I write into that line item. So what questions do you have or thoughts?
Can I just make a comment? You were talking about the staffing and the contracts and such, and there's a lot of variation or flexibility sometimes from county to county to county on how exactly all of that is done. And so in our case, Roxanne, who everybody identifies with extension, is not actually in the extension budget. She's a county employee in the administration budget, and that seems to work fine. But just wanted to make everyone aware that if you talk to your colleagues in other counties, you may hear a lot of different ways of how, like the master gardeners or some of those positions are structured where they're county employees or not county employees. And we've had great success, I think, with the educators to have them extension employees and have that contract. And I don't know, probably 5 years ago now, we spent a lot of time trying to get the budget to align with how we actually did the staffing.
I believe you're probably right. And I know that Roxanne does some things for the county board, but also for your office. So that's worked out really nicely to have that partnership. for sure.
The other thing is the master gardener. We've, I think I'd get tarred and feathered if we decided we weren't gonna do the master gardener, because it's a hugely popular program with a lot of people. I don't know how many master gardeners there are in Pine County right now, but there's a lot and they're very passionate.
They are, and this group has taken on their mission, so they're trained in 40 hours of classroom knowledge about horticulture topics. And then they have really taken it seriously to share that with county residents. So they put on classes, they have a booth at the county fair, there are other places. They have a demonstration garden, a couple of them in the county for just teaching people how to garden. They hold classes there. So they're not just beautification, you know, they're not just a garden club. Their mission is to share information and teach others. So you're right. It's become a very, very fruitful organization as
So
well.
my wonderment, Suzanne, is Terry is not getting any younger.
Mhm.
Is it possible that the ag educator and the master gardener could be the same person?
Mhm. It couldn't be Terry because he
Yeah.
has retired from the
Right.
university and he only can work so many hours. But yes, in
And
other
I don't want to
counties.
push him out the door because he's done a good job, but as we think about this position, it always seems to be a different level of employee that you can attract if you're offering a full-time job
Mhm.
versus half-time or a three-quarter time job.
Well, and if you took that 14,000 that we pay
Right.
him and put it into the ag educator position, yes.
Yeah.
I know that Roxanne and Terry have made a deal that he will stay until he's a certain age. We'd have to talk to them and see if they would be okay with it.
We don't know what that age is. do
No, we don't. Well, she's told me, but I say, watermelon, so I don't hear it because he's so good at his job. But yeah, that's an idea. Yes, he's great at his job. He knows agriculture too. So he adds in where Rod, they talk a lot about things, but it's true that is a common thing in other counties where the ag educator will also coordinate the master gardeners. I'll do a little bit of discussion on that point.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to
No,
screw up a good thing that we've got going.
I agree.
Well, he's another one too, that he works way more than 14 hours. a
Oh,
week.
my
I know
gosh,
he does.
my gosh, he works,
It's his heart, so he.
yeah.
puts it in there, so.
It's true.
So Suzanne, as we think about these transitions, there is someone lined up to be the interim 4-H coordinator,
That's true.
and Rod gave a significant amount of notice. Is it anticipated that there will be a gap in service either this year or next year for either of those positions? Given
Well-
the kind of the way the U does the hiring?
Let's take the the agriculture educator side. We would want to know what FTE it would be before we post it. But I think once we would kind of know, then it could be posted. We wouldn't hire someone until
Till you
it's
know.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that's why Rod gave so much notice. He's hoping that we could do a search while he's still there and potentially have them intermingle a little bit so that there's a few days of, hey, this is what I've been doing.
So,
4-H educator. The wish is from the higher ups in 4-H. So Pine County has had 4 different educators over the last, I'd say 8 years, 3 years. It seems like 3 years. So the higher ups in 4-H have noticed this and they want to do a little bit of focus groups and understanding what's maybe going on. So that'll be a part of the process. So Kate is going to be the interim for a while. She's going to be through this next search. 4-H does 3 groups of searches a year. And so that's across the state. They lump all the counties that have a search together and they'll do them at the same time. There is one launching here in about a month. The next one will launch in January. And so 4-H is recommending that this go on to January 1, and that we can have some time to kind of discover, is there something? Can we set some roles and responsibilities right? Or what is it that's maybe causing this to happen?
Is that batch hiring for just 4-H or is that for?
Just
ag
4-H.
educators too?
Mhm,
So,
no.
okay.
4-H is the only one that does the batch hiring, yeah. So I would anticipate that the 4-H educator would be on board by May, but Kate will be here that whole time.
So I would think that if commissioners have thoughts on the ag educator being full-time or 3/4 time, that the sooner that direction is given, the less gap in service we would have. And knowing, and I'm looking at primarily Josh and Steve, I think, who have worked for, it seems like 8 years on getting an ag educator, right? That the work Rod has done seems to be a full-time job, right? That if,
For sure could be, yes. There's a lot of effort that he could put in. on
and
it.
he is, I'm not that involved in it, but the work that he has done has amazed me, right? Just seeing from afar and how he's integrated with everyone from Leslie to the other, everybody. And the workshops and stuff. So I don't know, I'm just thinking that if we wait until we have a final budget in December, we will have several months of open time, and that will coincide very poorly with spring, when that person would be super duper busy.
That's true. And the proximity for Pine County and local foods and agriculture, I mean, you're just positioned so nicely. The small farms and niche farms are very
What
common
does
now.
that hiring market look like? Because I feel we were very lucky to get Rod because he lived close and was looking for a change. What is the ag educator market today?
I think Commissioner Moore, you served on that search, and it was, there were candidates that we interviewed that we thought, okay, we'd be good with if we were to have to go a second or third person. So that was a good situation.
I was on that.
You were on it too. Okay, thank you.
And I think, I mean, Rod was low hanging fruit because he would take a half-time position because he had another half-time position. He lived right here.
That's a good point, that halftime position fit with him. He already was working a .4 in Isanti County, so he had applied for this and it became, for him, an almost full-time position.
David, I think you're suggesting that it's a $38,000 difference. That early on, maybe after we've heard everybody, we say, this is something that we can we're gonna stick with this. We're gonna add a full-time or we're not going to, we're one or the other.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that we found with Rod was that he had been 50%, but he was splitting that. And so we weren't getting the service that we wanted because it was being split between 2 counties. So we had talked before about, oh, I'm sorry, I was sharing with Kelly. Sorry, Matt. So we had talked about going to 75 versus full-time, but with the 75%, we'd still have to share him and he wanted the full-time. But when you think about it, if you're gonna get a full-time, or who can you really get for that position at a 75% without him having to share it with something else?
Right.
Which is what it was coming down to with Rod, is that we would either have to share him with something and not get the service that we need in our county, or we would be able to go to full-time and get that service that we need. So.
And I will say too, at a 0.75 with the university, that's the level that you get benefits. And so that is a crucial level, 75%. And in the county extension budget, there's about a $6,000 savings from the reduction in that contract price. So you already know that you're $6,000 ahead toward whatever you might be looking at bumping up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and that was one of the things when we finally got the ag educator in the budget was, I mean, Rod was awesome, or is awesome, did a great job, but what we were kind of investing in is more services from the extent, or from the university. And with that, Rod has his specialties, but throughout everything, we got a lot more support. And not that the university didn't support us prior, but when you invest in that, you get the full depth and the resources are there coming straight to us. That's when we propose this budget, the savings of the halftime, we could almost go to a 3/4 for, it wasn't much more than what we had already spent. And then I had kind of brought it up too, is, well, let's propose the full-time. Because as the county board being on previous budgets, I knew typically it's nice to have a few options to say, hey, like Steve said, if we can work in a full-time, we'll work it in. If we can work in a 3/4 time, maybe we got to take the savings and keep it a halftime. But like David said, I think the sooner we can let Suzanne know, and we had this conversation the other day, which I think by the time we do our preliminary, we'll know. And then they can figure out what they're gonna do. So.
Just to add a little number into the discussion, Steve, you had that 38,000, which is the difference between this year and a full-time, is that correct? So if you make an assumption that the position was not going to continue at halftime, which I don't think that was a reasonable long-term solution, the difference from 3/4 time to full-time is only 21,500.
Right.
Right. which
Okay,
is a little more, I mean, it's all just numbers, right? But that, in my mind, that seems like if we maintain it at halftime, the chances, we'd have to luck out again to get somebody who was really competent and interested and willing to take a halftime position, which is a hard hire right now, I think.
You're right, in this climate. To Josh's point, I would also say that you're right. If you have an ag educator that's well-rounded, that's really awesome. You might actually get a ag educator who is really awesome at some certain details of it, and then they're gonna pull on their teammates to bring it in. So the beef team, there's regional educators across the state, and also some local educators in counties who are, that's their specialty is beef. So they comprise something called the beef team. So if the ag educator here wanted to have workshops on beef, because that's what he's finding, he or she, the trend is more beef education, they would arrange that, but then that person wouldn't be the only one teaching. It would be this team would come and help. So that's a big deal.
I'm very encouraged because the Lower St. Croix watershed just hired an ag educator.
Right.
They ended up, some geniuses on that board decided to contract with the University of Minnesota. And they got a wonderful young lady.
You were the one to draw my attention to that first. So I appreciate knowing that and following that.
I think that bodes well for us being able to find somebody who she's an excellent communicator. And that's all this whole thing is being able to communicate with people. We have a whole new era of that I didn't know about until the last few years of people that we used to call them probably hobby farmers. Now they're hobby farmers on steroids. But the big farmers, the guys that are milking 400 cows and farming 3,000 acres, we have some of those in our neighborhood. They're well positioned. They're probably not calling on Rod very often, if ever. The guy that's got 20 acres, 40 acres, and got 3 sows and 150 chickens and trying to grow tomatoes or something is what. And they're actually, I've got a neighbor who makes his full-time living raising vegetables on 40 acres. Unbelievable. He works his tail off, but he's done a good job at it. So
I've learned too that the soils in Southern Pine, Chisago, Isanti, and Benton are really good for growing hops. And so, I mean, it's another niche that you kind of get into and then you learn about it and yeah, so it can be a basis.
Well, I found that during COVID, trying to buy chickens or anything, they were they couldn't supply them because there's so many people that have decided that they just want to do this stuff at their home. When you even go in the cities now and they're growing their own chickens because they want that whole grown organic meat. And so we look at our areas up here in the little farmers that are really jumping in and wanting to do more. And Rod he's been excellent.
So awesome.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Well, I didn't want to leave Commissioner Ludwig out, but he would hop in, right? He would.
He would hop in. if he
Okay,
had
that's
something.
good. All right.
I got one question.
I do have a question.
Okay,
I just want to make sure I'm following that. So is it the increase? I get the increase in the savings to a 3/4 time on that discussion. I think I caught most of that, but at the beginning, Suzanne, you were saying that they divide the services up between 87 counties. I was a little confused there. So if we increase from a halftime, are we gonna gain services that way if they already divided up between 87 counties from university? And I think I know the answer, but I just want to kind of know. And then the other thing is, are we looking at recruitment? Is it easier to recruit a 3/4 time or a full time versus a halftime? Is that what? So I'll leave it at that.
I don't think very clear when I was talking about the 87 counties. So when Commissioner Holland was talking about how extension and the subcommittee on AMC negotiate the prices, that's effective for all the counties across the state. So your ag educator would be Pine County's ag educator and would be following the trends and needs of county residents here. Then there's other people that person would draw on to bring resources here. So for instance, if it was needed that beef education was going to be the topic that wanted to happen, your local educator would draw on resources or other people from across the state, regional educators that work up at the Grand Rapids North Central Research and Outreach Center or other places. So they would come in and help teach the classes. So I guess that's what I wanted to make sure you know, that it's not, your ag educator would not have to go to all 87 counties. However, it's a reciprocity. If your ag educator was really notable at agronomy, that person might be on an agronomy team and that they might be sharing their knowledge sometimes other places. But yeah, it's a very infrequent thing that would happen. And then recruitment. Yes, we would do recruitment. It is harder to recruit right now, people half-time. Sometimes it fits. We lucked out with Rod. I think it could happen again. Recruitment though for full-time or benefits eligible, I think is really important.
My question is around the gardener. Do you offer anything to people that are recreational sportsmen, food plots?
Oh, yes, there was a few years ago, a class on food plots. So I think that could be something, if you're wanting more of that, that could happen. So you're specifically talking about wildlife and attracting wildlife. Is that right? Okay, I'll mention that to Terry for sure, so that they can potentially put something together on that. Maybe it's just resources, but maybe a class would be good too. A lot of people appreciate going to something and learning hands-on.
Well, like I just think everything that you offer for anyone that's going to be, farming to raise, to sell their vegetables, to, from the soil testing to everything they need to be productive for their food plots.
Okay,
That would be offered up with this, one more thing to offer.
I think it definitely could be. That's what the magic is with extension, that it's tailored to the residents in that area or what their needs are. So yes, definitely. Okay, I'll mention that. Thank you for mentioning it. Right.
Steve, could I just a couple more questions?
Good.
Since we're having good conversation. On the part-time versus full-time, we had shared Rod with Isanti County. And it sounds like there's an amount of turnover statewide in the ag educators. Is it worth having conversations or having it on your radar that we will be looking? Are other people looking? I know we tried with Carlton and it didn't seem like a good fit. And then our position was, we're just going to try to hire. And it turned out we hired a guy who worked also when I send it. But I would just be curious, as the commissioners kind of think through what the future looks like, what you see coming out of our region, right, as far as sharing resources, because we know that extension is a model at sharing resources.
So maybe it could be that Pine would be willing to do up to a certain point, but fit with some sort of partnership deal. It didn't mean that it was Isanti and Pine going into partnership. It just meant that you had shared a person. So
Right.
that, okay, that's a good point. I know that Sherburne is looking at an ag educator. There might be others in the area. It works best if it can be drivable. I really
Right.
think that's best. Yeah.
And then just kind of unrelated to anything, but we know we have an issue with CDW in the state. And
Yes.
we know we have domestic deer that are farmed in Pine County and other places. Does the ag educator get involved in that, or is that something that we should have on their radar?
I think it's something we should have on the radar. I know that the county has done a really good job of lifting the knowledge of county residents of chronic waste and disease. But you're right, since it's domestic deer, that could be something we could focus on too.
'Cause I don't know that the DNR's perspective at our last meeting was very helpful as far as understanding that CDW has the potential to have a significant impact.
And that, it's hard to control, yet there would be some things you could do to mitigate it from spreading to wildlife. Okay, I'll mention that to Rod, but then I guess also he needs to start making a list of topics that are relevant to the county for the next ag educator. Okay. Is that a bird? Okay, that's a great point.
You got lists, man.
Yes, I've written down. I'm glad I brought a pen.
Thanks for
All
coming
right,
over.
thank you,
Thanks for
everybody.
bringing the rain with you.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
glad that it could come from the west. We haven't had much either, but I'm glad.
My parting shot, Suzanne, is find a 4-H educator that's been around the block.
I agree. Okay, been around the block, who's a good communicator. What
Yeah.
else?
Well, I don't know. Now that you're standing, I'm gonna ask one more question, if it's okay.
Sorry,
So-
Becky.
So 4-H is, it's a county program, but it's not a county program, right? And if it were a county department that had that kind of turnover, we collectively would be very concerned and very involved. How concerned and how involved should we be, or asked another way, what is it that the county could do to help you as you work through that process? Because our goal is to get exactly that, a 4-H educator who we are proud of and who's running extraordinary programs for our youth. And if you hadn't heard, youth is important to Pine County.
Youth is really important.
That's an excellent question, David, because we have just taken on more responsibility in our hiring process with HHS and got away from getting away from the merit system, because we think we do a really good job of onboarding people. And so we've been very deliberate at that. And certainly if there's something we can do to help find the right match or whatever, we would be more than willing, because we want it to be successful.
Well, I would ask that when you are asked to participate in one of these focus groups, to participate and to listen and share. I think that's important for the 4-H staff who will be conducting those to hear. So that's a part of it. 4-H does a really good job of onboarding. They spend a lot of time throughout the first year on onboarding. So that's something that's important to 4-H. They're just wanting to discover what is causing this turnover now that we've seen it happen a few times. So I think if you have anything that you maybe want to share, I would be happy to connect you with 4-H staff, the higher ups that are going to be doing some of this, or, just connect with me. So that would be something that, the question was, is there something that the county can do to help in this? So we have someone that'll stick. I really did think Hannah was going to be the one that would stick.
I actually went out in the hallway because I had a phone call this morning. I wanted to see if we could get together.
Okay, good. All right. That'd
So,
be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll follow up with you. I realized too that I didn't, yes. So it's a good thing you asked me to sit down again, or maybe you didn't, but the second page on the little packet is, maybe it's getting to what we're talking about. It's a proposal for the Rescue Plan Act dollars, and it's working with Becky's shop, but then also with some schools and also 4-H to bring some wraparound education to families. So that's what this is. It's just a little bit of funding for extension to get involved with some classes and things.
So did you say you are working with Becky? Because I know Human Services is starting to work on this too. So, okay.
It would be plugged into your staff, that stuff that Mary Jo Cottress was talking about.
Okay.
So they've talked, and yes, they're planning for, it would be kind of supporting Becky's staff doing it, but then also educators coming in and doing some classes, families, supporting families. So the request is for 25,000 for each year, 2022, 23, and 24. So that's the request. And then maybe it needs to be reevaluated after the first year, and we can think about what needs to change, things like that. But there's more on the second page if you want. There's a phase 2 as well, so you can look that up as well. So there's been some thought put into that. Okay, thank you very much, all of you. It's really nice to meet you, JJ, in person. Yeah.
Thanks for that. We're gonna take a 3-minute break here.
He's doing fine.
How are you doing?
Back to school.
It gets better, right?
Yeah, the summer went so fast. Seemed extra short.
Did you recover from Ragnar?
No.
I mean, that is like crazy. And then to be one person short.
And it took so much out of me this year, like,
Oh, Kelly.
because I only, and it was that first run that did it all in.
Oh,
It was 90 plus degrees and I had almost 9 miles to run.
that's really low. How you can stay hydrated.
I didn't. So,
That's crazy.
yeah, I want to say that I'm done with it, but now one of the gals on my team last night, she's like, can you really picture yourself never doing it again? I'm like, I think I can. She's like, but I kind of want to.
Very awesome.
That was
Switch the
crazy.
I mean, it's so fun. It's just.
I didn't
the
think
important
so.
part of There's running involved.
Probably. Dave and Kelly are probably gonna talk more.
State cross country team.
You got some next.
When he got done, when he graduated from high school, somebody had asked him about running and he goes, and I was part of that conversation. He looks at me and he goes, Mom, nobody runs for fun.
Kelly does. I don't know. It might be a really bad idea.
Nobody runs for fun. I was like, oh, but you guys are so good at it, apparently. But apparently, so you're obviously, you're not sitting in the recliner with your legs up. So you, I mean,
No, the worst thing is my elbow from when I fell
and your phone.
in my phone.
Oh.
I had Ragnar this weekend, so the relay race from the Twin Cities to Duluth.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, it was only a 3-mile run, but yet I was so tired, so I just wanted my music to play and it wasn't playing. And so I was about a third of the mile into this run and I'm fiddling around with my phone and I'm right by Jay Cook State Park and there's no shoulder. And I'm trying to run and fiddle with my phone and I stepped off the road and completely biffed it.
Ouch.
And my phone smashed and.
Oh, your phone smashed too. So then did you finish?
Yes, I finished and I had to finish on pace as well after standing there going, oh man, putting my number back on, putting myself back together.
Yes, yes.
And I gotta pick up the pace.
Right, because then my first mile was like a 10-10 and I'm like, oh, shoot, I gotta get,
I bet your race wants to be on your team.
I don't know.
Isn't the moment past? So
You see, the moment's passed.
maybe next year.
Right, right. Well, then next year,
Pencil him in.
next year they start talking about, well, maybe we should do grandmas instead. I'm like, no, I've always resigned to. I'm never doing another full marathon. No, I'm not doing it. Which is worse.
Very sensitive, I'm being told.
By Matt? Oh, being live stream.
Was that more like 3-minute or 3-mile segments?
No, well, you run 3 times, and so you've got about 6 to 8 hours to rest between, but they're all kind of very distance based on like where you're going to and from. So like my first one was 8.8.
Oh.
And then my second one was from Finlayson to Rutledge. And if they would have just let me go up the trail, it would have been helpful, but they didn't. They let me go up the trail for a mile and then made me run west to town for some reason, just to make it longer. Yeah, so then that was 6.5, and then it should have just been 5.5, but we
Veterans
lost a
budget did not
runner a
get
couple
included
weeks
in the
ago, so then I get
packet.
an extra.
Is it all right if I disseminate that? It is, it will be
Seemed like
on
a great
the,
idea at the time.
overhead though. Ryan does have it.
I did not see it.
No, it did not get included. That was an oversight. Yeah.
I'm gonna send a copy to Matt.
The veterans budget did not get included in the PowerPoint.
Way to go.
I know, just,
Oh, it's not in the PowerPoint, so it's Becky's fault.
yeah, it's not in the PowerPoint, but it is.
Thank you, Barb.
Yeah, my favorite term. Hello there, Christina.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm gonna come over and love up on your kids.
Go ahead, take them.
I had to drop my son off at college.
Oh, geez.
Hi there, nice to meet you. I don't think we've met. I'm Barb Schmidt, social services supervisor. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, so Troy is gone.
Well, if you need a couple, you can take the teenagers or the one teenager.
Is
I
that what
guess.
you want us to do? Where do you own a couple of your boys from?
It's funny because like yesterday, he actually helped and was decent. And one day out of the summer.
He wants something.
And they said,
I can't imagine.
Mine's easy. I will be here not very long.
So where's he going?
North Dakota State University. Mhm. Yep, he wants to be an engineer.
Oh, that's where to go.
Is it? I
That's
heard it
where
was
they-
a good,
Yeah.
you had your coffee.
he's a smart kid.
I mean, it
So
was just turning from the bed.
hopefully if he applies himself, it's all up to
And
him.
that's where your daughter is too, out there, right?
Oh, yeah, Moorhead.
More.
Yeah, so they're both out
You
there.
get to go to
Right, and
some
then I
town,
just-
basically.
Right. I asked them if they wanted me to get a little apartment out there and I could visit them both, and they both said,
She did say she
No.
was-
Gonna come on
they could come on the weekends.
You're not supposed to ask, just do.
Just do it.
And they didn't want to share an apartment halfway between each.
Others there so they can go through stuff.
Thank goodness. My children are very
Yeah, she
different,
was yesterday. We went out
very different.
2 days, we said we went out for breakfast, came home and we changed.
Are we ready to have resume? Go
I don't
ahead.
think I've met you.
I'm Terry.
Not, yes, Terry, Barb Schmidt.
Hi Barb, nice to meet you.
Go ahead, Barb.
All right, easy peasy. We are asking for a 0% increase in the. Well, I do what I was told to do, so. That was the goal. One of the line items I just want to point out is the, that we are in the process of, that will maybe need to be adjusted, is the van donation. We have a revenue line item of 4,000 and then an expense item of 4,000, which actually balance each other out, but we're in the process of eliminating both of those so that the van donations go directly towards the van to the Veteran Council, And then the veteran council will pay for the van expenses. It's a cleaner model than coming to the county and the county paying for it. The Veterans Council will just be paying directly for the veterans van expenses. But otherwise, things seem to be going great, and thank you for your time. Do you have any questions? I mean, really, like I'm asking for nothing. We seem to be using our Case Aid very efficient. In the next year, it sounds like we're going to use our Case Aid in a more efficient.
Mine's upstairs.
And a more efficient way where she can still be in the veterans office, but yet billing some of her time to other programs. So there was a decrease in salary.
Who is that?
Karen Jansen.
Okay,
Yep. So we're currently using her on just a very part-time basis, but she's able to currently sit at the veterans reception, but able to do, because we've eliminated a lot of the with going paperless. There's a lot of work that can just, I mean, the veterans is probably way behind in going paperless. There's a lot of paper that we still need to send out. So I would say it's one of those systems that's hasn't quite caught up with the paper. But Mindy, our veterans officer, is very efficient at being able to complete things. So it has left Karen with the ability to do other tasks while she's sitting at the office, so.
are we able to keep up? I mean, is Mindy able to keep up with the demand of clients she has to see?
You know, she did mention to me that she's expecting one of the troops that's withdrawing from Afghanistan will be Minnesota troops. And so she would expect that there would be some individuals coming back that would be looking for services. So she is looking at possibly an increase in services over the next year. But we did very well during COVID, keeping up. I would say we're right on the cusp of being able to meet the needs of the veterans. The things that have had to be cut back would be the prevention type activities. Those would only be accentuated if we had more time with our veteran service officer. So right now she's doing a coffee talk once a month with where veterans can come in and she'll have a topic, and then it's well received, and it has been started back with COVID, but
I try to go in there whenever we have a meeting up there, and I just know how people older than me are just used to just walking in. And they just want to talk, and I know she's very good at it, but they eat up an enormous amount of time. And that's part of the service, I think, of a VSO. But I worry about her ability to then catch up when that guy finally leaves or whatever.
I agree. I think she's maintaining at this point would be a good word for it. I think we'll definitely expect an increase in service and would like to at some point possibly fill that position or look at
Well,
part-time.
we need to know that, you know, because the veterans population is just less than 10% of our entire population. So we make sure we're taking care of them.
Yep, and it is budgeted into the, a part-time CVSO is budgeted into your budget here, so for next year.
Mr. Chair, do we have a part-time right now? Or I know you,
No, he's
Kinda
currently
have
on
it.
leave.
okay, still on leave. So,
Done yet?
okay, that's what that was my
We can't do
question.
Anything until that's done, can we? Or can we?
Yeah, that would be, I know that HR is working on that diligently right now, trying to figure out where we go from there, but we would at some point be recommending, and Mindy Sandell, who's currently in there, has been recommending to me that extra support would be needed, so.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is included in the budget for
Okay.
2022.
Okay.
So if there would be a time that we could fill that, we would look at requesting that.
Okay,
So, and it wouldn't be any additional cost
okay,
to the county. So, yeah.
good.
Any other questions?
Maybe just a comment on the new building opened just about the time COVID seems to have
Yes.
hit. But part of the thinking on that new setup was that even though we might not always have a CVSO available for walk-ins, that there would always be a person at a desk when they walked in to at least get information and share information that, yes, we can schedule you, we can take your information. The VSO can give you a call back, you know, that piece of it. And so hopefully that is now we're maybe open more for business, that's helping some veterans who, when they do walk in.
Right. There was some discussion at first when we had talked about combining the Veterans Office and Social Service or Health and Human Services about whether veterans would be willing to come into our building. And I don't think that has been an obstacle. They're stopping and chatting with our front desk, and I haven't heard any negative feedback
I haven't.
about the setup.
No, I haven't either.
Okay, great.
They like the building. It's a nice building. It's
Right.
comfortable to come to.
And I think it maybe, you know, just some of the veteran service organizations use that meeting room, right? Which I think helps
Correct.
making it seem welcoming to everyone.
Yes, we have one of the organizations, I can't remember which one, has been scheduling. Prior to COVID, everything is different, was using the large conference room. I'm not sure if that started again, but we're open to that, so.
Any other? Thanks, Barb.
You're welcome, thank you.
Yep.
Good morning. I'm ready if you are, Ryan, if you want to share. Awesome. Just gonna test this out. Okay, thank you. For the record, I know it's not August 31st, like the date I have up there, but originally I was supposed to go on August 31st. And then I'm grateful because Mark LeBrun switched with me so I could do my presentation today and work it out with my schedule. In talking about the Health and Human Services budget, it's a huge budget. And so it's helpful to have some context behind that. And so with Health and Human Services, there are three major divisions: income maintenance, social services, and public health. And so this slide kind of breaks down the major program areas for those divisions. So income maintenance consists of financial assistance, child support, collections, and fraud. And social services consists of child and adult protection, child and adult behavioral health, aging and disability assessment and services and case management, foster care licensing, both for kids and adults, and family child care licensing. And public health is the umbrella for WIC, for community health or health promotion, family home visiting, and emergency preparedness. And this by no means captures everything that is done in Health and Human Services, but it gives some context behind the major program areas. HHS also has some fiscal host responsibilities. So there's some of that work contained in the Health and Human Services budget. So I've listed out the three major ones that come to mind when we're talking about Health and Human Services. We are the fiscal host for the Pine County Chemical Health Coalition. So the revenues come in and then the coalition votes on how to spend that money. We aren't talking a huge chunk of change, maybe about $3,000 a year, but that money has been used to offset the costs for law enforcement to do alcohol and tobacco compliance checks, some medication disposal when they take medications to the incinerator. So it does come in handy. We've also done some mini grants for the schools to do some education around chemical health. We are the fiscal and administrative host for the region's fraud prevention investigator. This helps to offset the cost of a full-time investigator from the Pine County Sheriff's Office. We're also the fiscal host for the Children's Collaborative. The Children's Collaborative consists of the school districts, probation, Health and Human Services, the tribe, the Sheriff's Office, and community agencies. So this is an in and out budget. Health and Human Services doesn't get to spend the money necessarily on what we want. It has to come to a vote. The collaborative decides how to use those dollars. We have chosen to use those dollars recently to pay for a community cultural coach. That used to be a county-based initiative, and now it's a collaborative-based initiative. I can kind of see how, yep.
Just because I think that was a huge win, right? Of the county initiated in conjunction with the band, that community coach, and ran it for a couple of years, and then worked in partnership with the collaborative to reorient that position so it's now funded from the collaborative. And so in my mind, that was a win by everybody, with the county taking leadership, forging the relationship with the band, but then finding a home where we no longer have to financially contribute to a very good program that's helpful to many of our, whether it's Becky or whether it's Terry in probation or Reese or Jeff, all of those services are impacted by having that position.
Absolutely. Kind of seeing how everything's going today, I'm so glad I added this slide in. So this is a sneak peek. Everybody's kind of getting to the chase really quickly. So this just compares the overall Health and Human Services budget between 2021 and 2022, and then the tax levy. You can see in 2021, it was about $11.9 million. And in 2022, we're projecting a little over 12 million. So that makes some sense. As Kelly Schroeder talked in the budget kickoff meeting, we have the overall budget in Health and Human Services, and then the tax levy. So the tax levy comprises about a third of the Health and Human Services budget. There is a potential for the tax levy to stay stagnant, and we'll talk a little bit about options in some later slides, but that's just kind of getting to the chase where it's at. And then I'll break it down by division and talk about how we got to those dollars and how we got to that 33.2% potentially. So income maintenance is one of the big divisions that I referenced, and financial assistance unit is a unit within that division. What I hear most frequently from commissioners when it comes to budget season is that when they're approached by their constituents aren't sure what to cut. So the feedback they give to the commissioners is just go ahead and cut welfare. And so what's typically meant by welfare is your welfare to work programs. It's the financial assistance programs. But it's very important for me to point out that at a local level, you don't have the authority to cut it because it's not funded at a local level. So those are state and federal programs that come in with their resources. What we do in financial assistance is we hire financial workers or eligibility workers, and they process those applications for the programs, such as medical assistance, MNsure, food support, Minnesota Family Investment Program, all those programs they determine eligibility for. So they take in the applications from our community members, compare it to what the programs say somebody can have or can't have, and then let that person know if they're eligible or ineligible for those programs. But local levy does not fund the benefits of the program. So then what does the tax levy pay for in income maintenance? So the biggest chunk of change that the tax levy goes to cover is personnel costs. We do have a line item for county burials. We pay for a percentage of a county attorney's office. We pay rent, and we also pay for the administration of non-emergency medical transportation. I do want to highlight that our Health and Human Services budget is really connected to several other county departments, including the county attorney's office. I already referenced the sheriff's office, but if their budget goes up, our budget's going to increase because we absorb a certain percentage of the costs related to the county attorney's office. And I just want to echo, I did hear Reese speaking earlier, and his attorneys and staff are phenomenal. They do awesome work. And if there's any way to find funding to equip them with another personnel, we would certainly support that. Financial assistance employees, generally speaking, the costs are reimbursed at about 50 to 55%. So if we hire somebody and the cost is $80,000, we can expect about $40,000 in revenue from state, from our different reports and revenue streams. Child support is reimbursed at a little bit a higher rate, about 2/3 or 66%. And fraud and collections, we have a fraud investigator and a collections officer. That's their specialty. So the expectation is that through their work, the agency obtains enough revenue to offset the expenses of their positions. In the 2022 Health and Human Services budget, I did add a 1.0 full-time employee as an eligibility worker. And so I'm doing that for a couple of reasons. Ultimately, I know it's not my decision, but I had to add it in the budget. That worker would be assigned to the Aging and Disability Services caseload. So what we're hearing and what we're seeing is that if you're 65 and older, those programs are becoming more complex and those program numbers are increasing. We talk with staff, right? And we have conversations with HR, and through exit interviews, we glean information. And what we're really hearing and what we're seeing is that the caseload size and that increasing complexity are contributing factors to burnout and leaving the agency. And so I've tried to do everything in my power to avoid hiring an FTE, but what I think I've effectively done is probably put some Band-Aids on a gunshot wound. And so that's really not helping very much. And it's just time to really look at adding an eligibility worker to that unit. The next few slides talk about social services. So social services has the biggest portion of the tax levy. In one of the first slides you saw, the tax levy for HHS is about 4 million. About 2.5 of that million goes into social services. One of the biggest drivers of that is child out-of-home placement expenses. So we fund out-of-home placement expenses for our own placements in Health and Human Services, for probation, and then also for tribal court jurisdiction cases when those families who are involved in tribal court reside in Pine County. And so there's a lot of moving parts to the budget and social services, especially when it comes to out-of-home placements. They can change drastically in a heartbeat, so they can be difficult to budget for. But what we do when we develop the budget is we look at what our trending data is telling us. So child protection placements, both for county and the tribe, are trending downward. Probation expenses for out-of-home placements are also trending downward, and our mental health placements are trending upward. So 2 of the 3 major placement buckets are trending downward, which is really positive overall for the county. Some great work is happening there. This is the
mental health trending upward. Is that something concerning, or is that where we expect it to go? Because we're not doing something else.
So what we can expect for 2021 is when it comes to those line items, our expenses will outpace what we budgeted. However, there's enough wiggle room in those 2 other areas that there's going to be more than enough to compensate for that. So it's not going to be a huge detriment to the budget because we're doing so well in many other areas. With some of those kids who are in those placements too, it's projected that they're going to go home or move on to their next placement in either late 2021 or early 2022. This is a busy slide, but this is a really, really important slide because it does show our actual expenses for out-of-home placements in those 3 main areas in 2019 and 2020, what we budgeted for 2021, where we were at the end of July in 2021, and what we're budgeting for 2022. And so I think this is just a testament to the great work that's happening in the county. So in 2019, you can see that we expended about $1.44 million in child protection out-of-home placements. In probation, we expended about $415,000 in those line items. About $30,000 of that $415,000 went to pay for the underutilization of beds at RJC, which is something that the committee of the whole talked about a month ago. And then mental health placements were about $200,000 in 2019. So then go to 2020, you can see how much we decreased. So it's just a little over $1 million for child protection. It was $273,000 roughly for probation line items. And of that $273,000, about $80,000 went to the underutilization of beds at RJC. And then for mental health, it was about $65,000. Moving forward to 2021, you can see what we budgeted and you can see where we're at. And so when you see the quarterly reports from County Administrator Minke, and it looks like social services is so far under expenditures, it's because of these line items here, because they are difficult to predict. And so as of July 31st in child protection placements, we expended about $360,000. That's about halfway through the year. So if you double that, we'll be well under the $1 million that we budgeted. Same for probation. And mental health, we are expected to be above what we budgeted, but there's enough wiggle room in those other two main areas that we're gonna be okay with our budget.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
So Becky, do we still receive a grant for mental health from the state, you know, in those catchment dollars?
That's for adult mental health, but yes, we do.
Okay, so I know it's not here, but it just popped into my head, and that's only for 2 more years? For
There's
sure?
a slide on that in the and later on in the presentation, but it'll be, I think it's guaranteed through next year. And then my concern is that it will be on the chopping block after that.
Thank you.
And those are legislative directed. And
Yep.
so The legislature is in session. They're on the chopping block.
Mhm. Another driver of the tax levy in the social services budget is the does not meet level of care expenses. So for the new commissioners, a couple years ago, the state changed some legislation. And as a result, when somebody is under commitment at one of the regional hospitals, the second that the day that they no longer meet that level of care at being in the hospital, it becomes the full financial responsibility of the county. So we're talking $1,500 to $1,700 a day that is now on the county tax levy. These are difficult to budget for because we don't know what's going to happen. You can see in 2019 and 2020, what we expended, and in 2021, we've hardly expended anything compared to those previous years. And so that's another reason why social services is well under budget for expenses because of this line item. However, given the volatility of that line item, we've kept $210,000 in it because based on previous years, it would seem unwise to decrease it too much.
Becky, can you explain, because they end up there because we haven't found another place for them yet?
It's often because they're committed there.
Yep, but then they don't meet the level of care.
Yep.
And they still are committed there?
Well, in order for them to leave, we have to find a place for them. And so comparing mental health to physical health, it's like somebody being in an ICU and they're hooked up to all these tubes. And then they no longer meet that ICU level of care. And then you have all these drop downs. So in our system, we don't have a lot of drop downs. Or those drop downs are booked up. So group homes, foster homes that can handle your really tough mental health issues are often full or at capacity. And so it's really difficult to find placements sometimes for individuals who need a lot of mental health care.
So one person that has to stay there for an extra month is 60 grand. Could be.
I can't do the math that quick, but I would bet that yes, I see what you're saying. And
Yeah.
that's, yes,
I mean,
if it's
so-
$1,500 to
so you could-
$1,700 a day, yes.
You could blow that thing out of the water. One or two people.
We
through
could still
here.
blow it out of the water this year.
Right.
It remains to be
Somebody
seen.
could- Today could
Mhm.
be determined, okay, we've done all we can for them, Pine
Yep.
County, it's up to you now, take them.
Yep. And the kicker is sometimes we've had the social workers have developed really great discharge plans. And then the doctors who are discharging the patients say that plan's not good enough. We're not going with it. We're not allowing them to go to your care. And so then we have to scramble to find another placement that is going to satisfy everybody, including our client. And so it can be tricky.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
And I think Barb has mentioned before too, she and I get notification from the treatment centers or the regional hospitals when somebody no longer meets that level of care. And the social worker assigned to that person becomes kind of best friends with Barb for a while until we find, a place for that person to go. And then Barb and I probably increase our conversations a few times, like, how's that going? We know there's no magic wand. We can't just whip up a placement. The mental health system has its struggles in our state, and that's one of them.
So we sometimes have conversations about beds and whether beds are needed or not needed. And sometimes legislators will say, we don't need more beds. But in reality, there is not enough beds for the discharged people. And the complexity of those cases they're not hard because they're going to a typical group home, They're hard because they have staffing level requirements because there are significant behavioral issues, right? I mean, that's why these are the tough cases. And so the state has a financial incentive to say they no longer need the level of care of a hospital. Good luck. And that's where the conversation ends. And that changed for mental health a couple of years ago, right? So it's still a relatively new change, but it has pushed a significant amount of cost onto the counties.
And do we have facilities in Pine County?
Not necessarily, no. You know,
Can you get closer to a mic?
I can hear you.
I will come up, because I'm the mental health supervisor. Also, in addition to veteran services. So much fun. We typically, one of the next stops out of AMRTC where we're getting the level of care would be in IRTS, which would be individual rehabilitative treatment center or services. We do not have any of those in Pine County. We do not have any care, which are deal with chemical health. We are negotiating. There was a provider that had showed some interest in putting in IRTS in Rush City. So we're hopeful that that would be a possibility, but individuals, the next step out of a facility would not necessarily be back to home. There are some group home facilities, but a lot of times when the behavioral needs are so significant, we have to create a placement. And that may be a whole new home with new staff and a new supervisor that they have to hire to meet the needs of an individual that has some significant, because as you can remember, an individual who's on commitment has shown or been deemed by the court to be a threat to themselves or others. So there's some significant concern already as the court has deemed them unsafe. And it doesn't just often magically disappear. So we're scrambling to find resources. So it is very accurate. Thank you, Dave. It is very accurate that there is not enough beds. The Department of Human Services would say there is. I would say it's a train that has many cars that we can't move until it meets the next station. So, thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Don't go too far.
My boss has done a really good job, and Dave, you're really very well versed. Thank you.
In the Social Services Division of the Health and Human Services budget for 2022, I have added another FTE nurse, a registered nurse, specifically due to the caseload size for individuals who are 65 and older. So let me explain that a little bit. So we have some nurses who are care coordinators, and the caseload size should be between 60 and 70. And they are running and have been running for a while now, anywhere between 85 and 95. And so that's just not acceptable to keep doing. And so we've added an FTE to help them out and to get those caseload sizes to be more reasonable. And they are hard workers and they deserve to have that help. And I certainly don't want to burn them out and lose them. That would be a tragedy for Pine County. Some experienced commissioners may remember that we've had a vacancy in the Health and Human Services budget for a child protection social worker. We have left that vacant since basically when COVID hit. What we have found is that our child protection reports have decreased significantly. And so when that happens, our caseload size typically decreases. And so we did not feel the need at that time to hire that, but we knew as soon as we got out of the pandemic, and I'm not sure when that's going to be, but that we're going to need that social worker back. And we have added that social worker back halfway through the 2022 HHS budget year. We do expect with school coming back in session and schools being in person that those reports are going to go back up. And so it could be that we maybe waited too long to enter them into the budget, but that was the best we could do with the many unknowns that we have right now. And lastly, public health. So that's the last major division in the Health and Human Services budget. It also has the smallest portion of tax levy. They are mostly funded through grants and third-party reimbursements, such as medical assistance and healthcare plans. We did see an increase from our state government. So definitely thank your legislators for that in the local public health grant. So we went from about 125,000 to 170,000. We also were granted the opportunity to use ARPA funding to offset the cost of a full-time health educator contained in the Health and Human Services budget. So because of that, and because of the COVID resources that we've been granted from the state and federal government, I was able to shift some of the current year's tax levy into next year I didn't say that right. So given all those resources that we have access to in public health over the next year, we've taken some tax levy and reassigned it in 2022 to income maintenance and social services. No additional FTEs are being requested in public health. You'll see like there is a difference of about $57,000 between revenues and expenses. We do have access to restricted funds for family home visiting programs. That's been, we've had access to that for years. We're still in the process of spending that down. So it would seem to be the wrong thing to do to ask for tax levy when we have those restricted funds that we can tap into without putting burdens on your local taxpayers. We did add $15,000 into this portion of the budget under health promotion for our mobile dental clinic services to continue. We did that because it's being heavily utilized. It's the right thing to do and it's cost effective. And so Commissioner Lovegren, and I know that you sit on the SHAC committee and they sometimes talk about county health rankings. If you look at Pine County, it looks like we have a phenomenal amount of dentists, and we do. We have great quality dentists in the area. However, very few dentists actually accept medical assistance for insurance. And so that leaves a gap in care, and some people don't have access to close quality dental care. So we have found that mobile dental clinic is really filling a need for our county folks. It is an opportunity for commissioners to have conversations with their state legislators to think about upping the reimbursement for medical assistance for dental care. Then it wouldn't fall back on the counties to have to do some work on that. So the Health and Human Services budget is huge. It's about 25 pages long. And so I can't hit it all, but I wanted to point out some things that are important that were maybe touched on in the presentation or not touched on. So our annual rent that we pay to the county decreased because our footprint decreased. Our annual fees to the merit system were eliminated because we're exiting the merit system as of January 1st, 2022. As noted earlier, we added an eligibility worker and an RN specifically for the aging and disabilities population. Our ARPA funding is being used to offset some costs in public health. Electronic home monitoring is a juvenile thing that's being in Terry's budget next year. So I'm not worried about that. That's not a placement expense. That's something that can easily go into Terry's budget. We filled that social worker vacancy halfway through the year. And then we've also put back computer rotation for public health and some social services into the 2022 budget. We did not have to do that in 2021 because of CARES dollars, but we had to put that back in the budget for 2022. So this is a busy slide, but this is the nuts and bolts, and this is what you probably really want to know. So the Health and Human Services budget in this slide is broken down into income maintenance, social services, public health, and then the bottom row there is the overall Health and Human Services budget. The very last column looks at the differences between expenses and revenues. And for income maintenance, we are off by about $37,000. And for social services, we are off about $55,000. Those are the two areas that we have to talk about, and we have some options to figure out. The public health, you'll see that we're $57,000 off, but the plan is to spend those restricted funds, and we do have COVID resources as well. And how the pandemic is going right now is it looks like we're still going to be doing some vaccine outreach into 2022. So we're still going to be using those resources to leverage help for the community.
Well, you're still on this slide, Becky. on the last column, that 37,000 for income maintenance,
Mhm.
that includes the addition of the
Yes.
financial worker. And just to run through that arithmetic.
Yep.
That is about a $30,000 increase to the levy based on about a 50% reimbursement.
Mhm.
So almost, there's $7,000 that is not, that is other than that new position in rough math. And then on the social services, that includes a nurse, and that's in Pat's group, right?
Yes.
And do you know the reimbursement rate for that? Is that?
Yes, so that's not a straight percentage. And so what we did is we added in this budget, we added an extra $20,000 in anticipated revenue to offset the cost of that position. So if a social worker costs about $75,000, I added 20,000 because we can expect some revenue, that nurse or that social worker to get back some revenue for the work that he or she is doing.
So if you assume family healthcare coverage, that nurse addition is about 86,000. I only know that because I looked it up while we were
Okay.
sitting here.
Believe you.
And if
That
you
sounds
take-
right.
And if you take off the 20,000, that's still a $66,000 increase, which is more than is proposed in the levy. So I'm just trying to give some perspective that adding the positions is really driving all of that cost. And so everything else is being held flat or reducing or being funded by non-levy money.
Yes, and the interesting thing is when, I know Kelly's not here right now, but when she showed some slides in the beginning of what everybody was asking for and how much personnel costs increase, just the sheer number of employees in Health and Human Services, the 2% COLA, the 6% insurance gets us at about $400,000 increase. And so to be here, being $92,000 short is not a bad place to be at all.
With two new FTE, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And 92,000 in a $12 million budget, there was a lot of work that was done in the budget, a lot of great work going on, allowing Health and Human Services to get to this point.
Thank you. I just think there's a lot wrapped up into those. To be here today with the gap as little as it is
I think
is
it's
amazing.
phenomenal.
So again, this was one of the very first slides in the beginning. It just looks at puts it back into perspective, the overall budget and what the overall tax levy could be potentially. So some perspective for the new commissioners is Health and Human Services has not had a tax levy increase in the last 2 years. And that could be potentially 3 years if there's no new levy in 2022. And that would not be the end of the world from my perspective. Right now, the difference between revenues and expenses is about $150,000, but 57 of that is in public health. So we already talked about our plan for that. I'm not worried about public health at all. They're going to be okay. So that really leaves us with having to figure out the $92,000 difference between income maintenance and social services. Between those two divisions combined, we're 92,000 off. So there are some options. We could increase the tax levy to Health and Human Services. I don't want to say that's an easy option because that comes with consequences, but it's an option. We could cut placement or does not meet level of care expenses really easy and call it good. That's just dangerous because I want there to be $0 in placements, but that's not realistic. And so we have to maintain our sense of reality with those line items. It is an option to eliminate one of the newly proposed FTEs in the budget. There would be consequences to that. The consequences could be, we're going to have, I think in the financial assistance unit, we would continue to have turnover. It takes about 6 months to train somebody in just to know the basics of that position. And if we keep turning them over, it's just not going to bode well for Health and Human Services or for our community. And the same thing for that nurse position in social services. It doesn't have to be a new hire. We don't have to add an FTE, but if we don't, that really is burdening the workers, and the caseload size are tremendous in that unit. So we have to think about doing something. We could also decide to keep the child protection social worker position vacant all year. Again, there would be consequences to that. We know that caseload size for social workers in child protection are highly correlated to out-of-home placement expenses. And so we can hope and pray that we don't get a whole slew of reports in 2021 and 22 But again, I don't think that's realistic. So I think there would be consequences to making that decision. Right now in 2021, we are significantly under budget in a really good way. And that's because our out-of-home placement expenses and that does not meet level of care expenses are really projecting well. So we are looking to finish the year very strong in Health and Human Services. We also finished strong in 2020. So it is an option to use $92,000 of our fund balance to get us through until 2023. As of August 3rd, the fund balance, those are numbers from Kelly, was about 2.7 million. I project that that's going to be more than that by the time the year is done in 2021. So I think it is a real option to use $92,000 of fund balance to get us through next year. We do have a whole bunch of wild cards in the Health and Human Services budget. So this is a slide I have every year that I want to keep on people's radars. Placements, there could be a family of 7 that moves in and we're placing 7 special needs children in residential treatment centers. So you just never know what to expect, but all the data thus far is trending downward for most of the placements. So it's looking good for us in 2022. Does not meet level of care expenses is also one of those wild cards. There's been a lot more talk about opioid settlements. I don't know what that means for Health and Human Services. I don't know what it means for Pine County, but hopefully it means something positive in terms of resources. We're also still in the pandemic. And so while we're in the pandemic, our public health team is really wrapped up in doing that work. And last but not least, I want to put 2023 on the radar because I think it's important that commissioners have some context into that and are able to advocate to their state legislators. Moose Lake funding, so this is the funding that Commissioner Ludwig was referencing earlier. There is a potential for that to be cut. That would be $110,000 every year that we've just had ever since I've been in my position. So that would be a real detriment to Health and Human Services and to our clientele. Last year, you may remember Supervisor Pat Meacham came and chatted with the county board regarding a quick add into some of the new law language or proposed language for Health and Human Services at a state level. Included in that language was a county cost shift for waivered services for 18 to 27-year-olds. That got pulled off the table, thankfully, but I fully expect that to be on the radar in the future. And I just want to say that would be financially a very bad thing for Pine County. There you have it. The end.
Excellent.
Any questions?
Do people know the history of the Moose Lake dollars?
No.
So there was a facility in Moose Lake that was closed down years ago. I don't have any idea. I'm looking, maybe Jeff, if you've been around long enough to know. But a long time ago, and some of those funds were identified for the counties that were in the region that Moose Lake served, because there would be a higher need for mental health services in that region because the facility was closed.
So it was the Moose Lake Hospital that was.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And so as years go by, people forget, why do we have these earmarked, people at the state forget, why do we have those dollars earmarked for Region 7E? Well, they're earmarked for 7E because the mental hospital closed down and there's a higher need for mental health services. And so that came up at the last session. And I'm trying to think, was Arrowhead, the Arrowhead County Association, were they active in beating those back?
Yes, because that would be a big hit to St. Louis
Yeah.
County as well.
Right, so we were successful for the last session, but every year people forget why those dollars are there and why they're important
Yes.
for Pine.
Yeah.
So they shut down Cambridge's hospital too? Did they have the same thing going on in that area over there? That we could team together and fight that more?
We are teaming together as a region because the region sees, Pine County sees 110,000, Canadian County, I don't know what they see, but other counties in this area also see some funding from that. So that has been on our radar as a region for the last year.
I've been around long enough to remember when HHS had a fund balance about where it is now. And then we balanced the budget on the backs of that fund balance. And we're not smart enough to figure out two things were going on. Our out-of-home placements were going through the roof and our fund balance was going in the tank, and the two cross paths at some point. I believe we had money from highway to get through years ago. And I'm not about to go down that road again. 92,000 is one thing, but I think we have to recognize that HHS is a huge part of our total budget, and they employ a lot of people, a lot more people than the levy suggests, because we get reimbursement for almost everyone that works there at some differing level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Becky.
She's got the seat hot for you, Jeff. Jason and Rod.
All righty. Sheriff's Office. Who wants to start?
I don't have a fancy PowerPoint, so.
We've got the colored worksheet that was in the packet.
There should have been like a summary sheet too. Go back upside down. Yeah, this is kind of a summary of the entire budget. I think Deb sent that all out, right?
Yes.
So I guess what I'd like to do is maybe just jump right forward to the court security, get that piece out of there, because that's.
Does everyone know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Rod Williams. I'm jail administrator. Yeah, that's right. We have two fairly new, but I've met you. Yeah, already.
AJ Weldon, certainly.
Okay. All right. So I was just gonna jump right to court security and look at that. Court security is, for this year, we budgeted 187, and we have only spent about $8,600 out of it. Court security is almost non-existent up there until we get notified from the courts, you know, if we're gonna have a trial or any kind of person hearings and that. So they're right now sitting in starting gates and waiting for a phone call every day. And so we have some management there to do to try and figure out how we're gonna do this and provide security up there. But nevertheless, we are really under our spending goals for this year, and I didn't know where to put that for 22, and I just kept it flat with what the expectations are. We have some staff that positions that weren't they're not filled, they're still there, but we're not actively filling them because we just don't know what the future is going to be like right now. So we just kind of kept it flat. It's 100, I'm budgeting 185.6 or requesting that, which is down like 0.7%. Everything just kind of stays flat because we just don't know.
So are they holding court at all? Didn't they hold some trials?
Yep, they'll do that. So then we'll give Steve a call and maybe one part-timer. Hey, come in. We got we do get a schedule a little bit in advance, but then there's days when it's like, hey, judge is waiting for you. We decided to have one today. So we're pulling Steve off the farm to say, hey, run in. And so we're trying to manage that through, but it's rare that they're here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's been here very minimally. So what happens then for, is he getting anything for pay compensation?
In the beginning, I know he was like collecting unemployment at that point, but there is no, if you're referring to like the CARES Act money or that money that was available, that's not around right now.
Yeah, and that, I mean, Terry, I think your question really leads to an awareness that our court security costs are extremely low compared to many counties because we have one full-time and then the rest are part-time employees, and none of them are licensed peace officers. And so is that?
Yeah.
Because I think he had a part-time license, but
Correct.
they're not deputies in the sense that they're interchangeable with road deputies, and some counties do that. So this is an area where, due to, I think, good fiscal oversight and management, the county is getting by relatively inexpensively.
And it's more on the, like Dave said, more of a bailiff level. I mean, we call it court security and that, they're there, but if we went into true building security, that's a whole different thing that we would tackle and talk about in the future. So, and we have in the past, so, all right. So I just think to be responsible would be if everything were to just wide open, we'd go right back to court security operating fully, and we just expect that to be flat. So I put in that 185.6, knowing that maybe 2022 that we could be in the same boat, or worse, maybe. I don't know. I don't see it getting worse than that. Any questions on the court security piece? I know that one's about the most vague. I'm trying to look in the crystal ball, as we all are, what's 22 going to bring us in that area. But that was the most drastic impact with the courts up there. So as far as my end of it anyway. STS, really touch on that short. We don't have anything budgeted for that. 22, I just listed it on there just because we went from in this current year of an $87,000 budget to nothing. But that's been taken care of elsewhere, I believe. So any questions on that piece? And then the jail, save the best for last, right? Biggest impacts of the jail would be, I'll look at the revenues. State, I called the state. Revenue for state boarding is down, and it's been down quite a bit. Called the state and asked what's the likelihood of 2022 being increasing, where they're putting more of their prisoners out into the county facilities, and they said our goal is 0. It's always been 0, but they never really accommodated that. But now they have a lot of beds open in their prisons, so they don't expect anybody going out. And the trend has been showing that right now. So we're at 0 boarders. We'll still board for surrounding communities, the counties, and we still board at the $55 rate. State pays $60. And then if anybody's like DOC hearing and they're gonna stay instead of going back to prison, we'll hang on to them. But that's usually like a week or 2. Well, I shouldn't say it, sometimes up a month. And so we'll get that little bit of boarding. So I didn't go down to 0. I put what did I 35,000 in there for budgeting for next year. We had been at one time up around 500,000 in a year's time, and I know when the place was first built. So over the years, it's really has changed. So we see that our Huber law fees, or the Huber program for work release going out the building. We don't have anybody going in or out the building. COVID restrictions kind of get lifted. We could see that open up, so I reduced that in half. And that's about it for the big changes in revenue. Wages are another big piece, and we just show a 2% increase. And what I did is last year we did this, and I did it again this year. I think I'm the only one who does this, but we applied a 95% actual fill rate to that. Our staffing plan, if we put everybody and just considered everybody working, the dollars paid would be X amount. I calculated in there 95%. We did a 5-year look back on what our actual fill rate was, and we were around the 80 to 90%. And I think to be responsible, we wouldn't want to go down to that. 95% would be a good guess. If we were 95% full, then this is what the costs would be. So we applied that to it just to be kind of responsible in that area. And this is looking back, I mean, that's quite a few years. So I wouldn't suggest that we lower our staffing plan by 95% because that actually, by having what we have, helps us weather the storms when we're very short.
So just in essence, doing that saves us about $100,000 on the budget, which saves a lot of anguish, I think, with regards to how do you balance the budget? So that 1.4 could be 1.5, except because of the way Rod is artfully looking at what he thinks his actual costs will be.
He says it so much better than I do.
So what's the average population now?
I knew that was going to be asked, so I ran my as of today sheet. As of today for this year, we're at 46 point, a little bit over, so 46 inmates. And our average days is 9.5 days spent. That's quite a bit lower than where we were at 16, but I was kind of looking at the breakdown a little bit. Like anybody that's out there on pending charges or investigations, they're only staying in our facility 6 days. Where when we look at those that are under sentence and they're held on a warrant or pretrial, they are around 14 days. So that we see the people that are pending charges and pending investigations, those people are getting out the door faster. And so that dropped that average day. So, but our average daily population is running at 46 right now.
So I know you're always thinking.
Well, try.
I know you are. If our population is gonna be down there instead of here, is there some remodeling that can be done so we could cut our staffing costs?
Do I go into it all right here, Dave? So
We don't need to.
Yeah.
I mean, that just.
I think that's a good plan, is that we want to look at some form of a study.
It costs us $240 some a day per prisoner. That's getting up there.
It certainly is. Now, there is, I don't want to just throw out there, everybody, throws out COVID and where we're at, this is a big nut here to try and just, I'll put this in a summary, but we're housing right now single cell people for the COVID reasons and that, and we do expect that number will rise. Will we get back into the 100 average daily population? I don't see it right away, but we could grow to that. But what's really changing, and it's in legislation right now, they're talking about how the jails are being run and how it's the inspections units are getting more teeth to enforcement instead of just recommending. And what we're seeing in the jail is we have in our facility is a lack of separation between inmates. So inmates come in, they get classified, and they're, we have somebody in for like 2nd-degree murder, and then we have somebody that's a 4th-degree DWI. They shouldn't be housed together. You have people that are vulnerable, that are mentally ill. They have a lot of different reasons for separation, and the state is putting out more and more of that. So we have, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Those two cases that shouldn't be housed together, those are pre-trial cases.
Correct.
Once they're sentenced, they can be.
Well, not
mingled or
necessarily.
Okay.
We also classify on behavior too. So person goes through a classification system. We have points that we put to, and if somebody's well behaved and they're working out well and they've been with us a while, yeah, they can be housed together. It doesn't matter the charge, but the charge is an impact on how they're being housed. So with that said, when this place was built, they built it on hey, we're going to build this unit. We're going to have 60 people in there and one staff. Well, that's great for staffing ratios and that. But now these 60 people in the one unit need to be separated, and the state keeps putting more and more separation requirements for these people. So I think we're at a point where we will be asking for a study of our facility, not an expansion, but like say, hey, here's our footprint. How can we add more separation in there? As two examples, one is Delta unit, which is our female unit. And females, for every unit, you should have at minimum 3 separation. You have a minimum, you have a general population and a administrative segregation. And under that, that can be a lot of different things. That's where your MI, you got a medical observation, you got things like that. Currently for our female unit, we have two places to house them. So we have a seg unit and we have a general pop area. But anybody going out the building or anything like that, we don't have a place for them or any of those other separation pieces. So what we have to do right now is we lock everybody down for the whole day. They have to be out at least one hour per day. So we have to bring people in and out all day long, and then with all the sanitation stuff. Now I'm going to bore you with all sorts of things, but it just doesn't, it's not productive work to work in that manner. And intake is our other very, very, we're under facility. I don't know. We have less facility there. We have 2 places to lock people down and we have 2 little subunits. And that is our entire, all their mental health, all your medical observations, somebody walking in off the street for, they're intoxicated, they're high on drugs, they're every piece, and they got to all be put in separate places away from each other. And our intake is very small. And that's where all the business takes place too. The agencies are coming in and transports are taking place. So I see that as a need, and I put an impact together. I sent to David a while back, and I know we'll be requesting at some point here between now and beginning of next year, some form of a study that's done on our facility. And they look at everything, the facility, the needs with DOC, and then also like staffing impacts and costs, things like that too. And I think that would be money well spent to get an analysis done. And I already got a quote on that. Okay, did I answer any of your questions? Or did I just confuse them?
I know you're always thinking, Rod, and I just had to get a feel for, you know, even though that facility's only been open like 14, 15, whatever years.
14, right?
We built it to everybody's standards
Yep.
and blessings, and now the standards and blessings
Are changing.
Society has changed.
And I did talk to our inspections unit and the individual that kind of handles facilities out there and analyzing them with the state, and they're not building these facilities anymore. They're, you know how we were at does anybody remember the old jail? We had all these separate little pieces, you know, and that's where you could put people around, away in those areas. And then we went to this, and it was a whole new concept. Now it's kind of a hybrid, is what they're coming back to. Nobody's building these facilities anymore because they realize we need all this separation. Doesn't still mean that you can't take a big unit that's back there and put divisions in there and have the one officer still observe these as long as it meets the criteria. So, I mean, I'm just talking way ahead, but I think I don't see a staffing plan changing as far as increasing. I see the footprint staying the same and just
I'm not hearing you
changes
say,
on some.
I'm not hearing you say that you see a staffing reduction.
Well, because I don't know that yet.
Because that's the only way you're gonna save money. It just.
Yeah, because it's a very big piece of our budget.
$4.3 million is a lot of money to lock up 40 people, you know.
Right.
That,
Put them on a cruise ship for cheap.
yeah, and that is that cost per day when we're full, right, in the good years, whatever that means, right, was $113 a day, where now in the last year with the COVID impacts, it's that $200-ish. So the cost per inmate per day is way higher today than it was, 2 years ago. The total cost is not that much different, but there's
Right.
just a change in the economy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the numbers show that too. One unique thing is a big piece of our budget is medical, and we'll get to that one too. And what we find is, we provide the medical services for the inmates that come in. So you think, well, the inmates, we're dropped in half, so our medical would go in half. Well, it doesn't work that way, because the people that we are hanging on to are typically the ones that have all the medical issues. And they're the mentally ill, and they're the ones with the, like I said, the medical issues. So we're finding our medical costs are the same. And as a matter of fact, for the first part of this year has actually, we're overspent in medical, which we haven't seen that in a long time. So going on to that one, I put a 3% increase in there, which is CPI increase that men would put forward, and hope for the best there.
Mr. Chair. So what it sounds to me is we need to somehow, the other half of the jail turn into either a mental health facility or juvenile or something.
If you guys want to have this discussion someday, there's jails that are being built right now that actually have a mental health wing, and they're staffing it with mental health employees. Now we're talking more money there.
All we hear is, but all we hear is shortages with all these facilities across the board, where I don't think it would be a problem filling it up at all.
If we'd be able to board in for mental health,
Right.
there wouldn't be an issue. I don't think. right
But
at
the
this
problem
moment.
is, it's like when we board an inmate, it costs us $250 to board them.
Yeah, and
we get 50.
Yeah, and I think that slice of people that we would be able to board in is pretty narrow, because we would in essence have a secure mental facility. We would not have a community-based facility. And those people that Barb was talking about need a community placement, not a secure facility, or they could stay where they were. If that makes sense.
Yep.
We won't, we gotta move on.
Okay.
So we're not gonna solve that issue today, but
But I thank you for bringing that up, because I mean, it is on our minds constantly, because the dynamics are changing in that area. So let's see, I talked about the medical increases, and then MIS charges increased $14,000, and that was for those expenses are for like our Guardian new RFID inmate tracking system, Lexipol, which is our policy and procedure manual, Accurate Controls, which controls all our doors and cameras, and then the Zerker fees that I think the sheriff had it in his budget the last year or two, all of it, and now we just split it up amongst us, so that increased here. So boy, we got I think I got oh, and then the canteen communications fund balance on the bottom of that colored page on the left. So every year at the end of the year, we take what is revenue in from inmate communications, that's your Reliance phones, and then any of the canteen revenues that we take in, and then there's the expenses minus the expenses, and then the fund balance after that is applied at the end of the year. And in 19, we put 26.5 in there, and the end of 20 it was 69.7, and I'm expecting at 21 that we'll be at about another 50 in that area, bringing it up to about a total of 150,000 in that fund balance. This is something that a few years back we had requested this some years back, and whatever the reason was, we were told we really couldn't move that money around. And so with Kelly, we asked again, and we brought up kind of the rules, statutes on that, and we absolutely can move that around. It's money that can be applied towards inmates, but then also like services for inmates and that too. So I mean, we can apply that towards wage if we wanted to, in programming, because his is all towards inmates, or we can apply that towards what we've done in the past when we have needs like mattresses, and we have chair needs, and we have things we spend out of that. So it kind of, we spend from there other than out of the budget piece. But now that we have the fund balance, we're kind of like, now we can grow that a little bit and use that for any future needs in the jail. We can't just use it to balance the budget, though. It has to be applied to something, and there's rules, and we work with Kelly on that, what we can apply it to, so. And with that, we just talked about you, because you had brought up the housing legislation has been changing, revenue up and down, and that study. I know that's the one thing I want to look at, and I guess I'll look for David for guidance on that and how we proceed there, but I think that would be very important. And that is not in the budget, but it's around 20,000, and I think we can come up with that somewhere. Okay, any questions?
So bottom line,
Oh,
you're.
the summary,
138.
138.6 for the jail.
Yep.
And yeah, and the others are flat and mine and STS is gone, so. Wages, we applied a 2% increase to that, so.
So on that summary, Rod,
Yep.
there's the 107.5 on the revenue and the 31,103 on the expenditures. Are those being added together to get the total? Oh, because your revenue
like
is
it
going
is,
down.
yeah.
Okay, your revenue is going down by 100,000. Yes, okay, now I'm getting it. Thank you.
Change went down, yes.
Yep.
So it looks like a plus.
Yeah.
Which is the way it should. I just had to talk that through. to
Yeah,
make sure
sometimes
it
I
made
get my
sense.
little minus in the wrong spot, and we'll talk to Terry about that. She'll catch that minus.
That's okay, I had zeros.
All right,
All
any
right.
other questions or no?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we've got the rest of our long list here to talk about. I think I'll talk about the K9, which is 212, and the gun range, which is 214. Those would be pretty quick. Essentially on K9, I think every year we put 10,000 in the budget. And I guess I'm suggesting we keep it the same. We've done pretty good on fundraising there to help fund a lot of the K9 expenses. And we currently have new shirts. If anyone wants to buy one, you take that out of the budget. But obviously we need to keep some money there to have a placeholder if we have increased expenses with them. We have hopefully no major vet bills or anything coming up with that, but they're dogs and things happen. So the other one is the range. So as most of you should be aware, in 2019, we did get the donation of the gun range. Along with that came $10,000, and we have pretty much spent that. And looking at some increased expenses for basic maintenance and upkeep out there. So I don't think we've had a budget set for that in the past, but I think we need to set aside. I put 5,000 out there for that. Again, so we can stay on top of it, because it's property and it gets run down if you don't do upkeep. So clearly we want to keep what we have on that part. So coming up, I think Denise will talk about the dispatch and then the boat and water. So if you're looking at the list, the 205, 206, 208 are all basically money in and money out. Boat and water, snowmobile safety, and then ATV grants. And there was another one that was created.
215 was created for the federal boat and water, just to keep them separate. At any given time, we run about 4 different grants out of that, the 205. So Kelly and Melissa had split it.
So as far as those go, we get money in and we spend it. So it's dependent on what the grant allows that year, and that's equipment and man hours out doing patrol enforcement, education, and those type of activities. Hopefully I'm not confusing you too much, but those are pretty easy to hammer out in one quick sentence there. If there's any questions, obviously ask them when it's appropriate. Hearing none. So sheriff operations, obviously the big one for me. I didn't do anything fancy like Rod does with his, so I apologize for that. Basically what I've done is looked at where 21 brought us and where we are halfway through and tried to predict a few things out. After I turned this in, I realized I did make some mistakes on it, so we can talk through those. They should be positive mistakes though. So we've got the revenue side, we've got some guesswork on what state grants are gonna be and how that impacts it. Just kind of made a ballpark guess on that. And reimbursement on training, again, is kind of a formula that's set by the state based on number of officers and that kind of stuff that we get reimbursed for. The police contract, so essentially what that is a 3% for a 3% increase for Pine City, Hinckley, Sandstone, based on the contract. It's a 3-year contract that we're in the middle of now. So there was no negotiating of that this year. And also included in that is we do school resource officers with 3 of the districts, and that includes a 5% increase that they don't know about yet. So we'll be talking about that. Hopefully I'll get the contracts to them this week, but which is it's a relatively small amount for what they pay for on 2 of the districts pay for 4 hours a day during the school year, which is, you know, not a quarter time probably, but it helps with the income. Going down the list, there isn't a whole lot there that needs to be highlighted. I don't think. If you have questions, I can certainly try.
On the 5751, the gifts and contributions, is that the Mille Lacs Band contribution?
Yes.
So just to note that they donate from corporate ventures every year, and they have for as long as I'm aware. And they have emphasized that that is not always guaranteed, but they've always made the payment. And so I have not heard anything, knowing that their gaming operations have been significantly impacted by COVID. I've not heard anything with regards to that being reduced.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how their funding works out, but it's not tribal donation. It is the corporate ventures, which is a bigger group than just the gaming or just the tribal entity itself. So I think that's still intact. Every time I've asked recently, I've been told it is what it is, and it's always been there. So I'm including it. So as far as the income, and I know we've talked about it before on police contracts, the only real income influence I have on it is increasing the rate for the contracts. We're year 2 of a 3-year agreement with the cities. Some Hinckley has approached us about increasing the hours. Not sure they're going to get what they're asking for on that, because they don't want to fund it all, but which doesn't work out for the county. So again, the options are if the cities were willing to pay more, it's still going to get diverted into employee costs. Basically, it's not going to be we would probably have to hire an officer to fill a significant amount of hours on their side. So cost per hour could go up, but as far as extra coverage, it's still going to be a wash on the total money spent, if you will, so. All right, that brings us to the spending list. So I did include in there in this budget, the lieutenant position. Had Kelly help me with the numbers on that. And I kind of predicted out what that would be. So that increase in salary and wages there does include the lieutenant. If we need more discussions on the pros and cons of that position, we can have that, or we can save that for another committee meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So about what dollar figure?
I think Kelly had it at like 113, and I don't see it on here. I saw it, I think, in her presentation last week.
Okay, I was just curious because then the rest is just wages increases.
Everything else is contract stuff, yes.
So about, yeah. Okay.
And again, that wraps in the positions that were allowed this year. And again, thank you for that. And it also does show 100% decrease in our part-time wages because they will no longer be. Overtime, I think I'm always unsure what to do with overtime. The last couple of years, we've had significant impacts because of COVID. When we had, the guidance was one person that had it in our office that may have walked through it. We sent, at times we sent 5 people home and then had to scramble to just with overtime. We're not reacting quite that way anymore. We are trying to be a little more realistic on how we are isolating people that may have had contact and what that creates. So we've tried to do better with that, but obviously it's reflected in our overtime for the last couple years. And then also we had a case that involved a significant amount of investigative overtime that hit us this last year too. So it's hard to predict. And then also we had at one point, we had 3 people that were out on leave for various reasons that we had to cover for. I think they all overlapped for at least 2 weeks where there were 3 we were covering, which again is hard to predict. I'd like to say it isn't going to happen, but bottom line, I increased our overtime amount after telling you that with extra full-timers, we won't have as much part-time. I feel like I am not being totally honest with that, but I think we can reduce it from my ask. I just didn't want to start the conversation creating a deficit at the end. If we need to, we can look at that number there a little bit harder, I think, and hopefully meet it.
And just maybe a comment on how different some work areas are, where Rod is able to budget at 95% of salaries because he knows he will have vacancies and he can manage within that. The sheriff's office on the patrol side is almost the opposite, where we have gone to the hire ahead in an effort to try to keep bodies on shift as a way to decrease the overtime, right? And it's just a different problem and it needs a different solution. But in my mind, I appreciate, Jeff, you're maybe highlighting it a little bit because it's not been an easy thing, and no sheriff in modern history, is that fair, has really been able to reduce the overtime budget significantly. It's always a big number.
Yeah, and I think percentage wise, make it up as we go. We're fairly comparable with the rest of the state as far as how much overtime is budgeted towards our end numbers. So I think our numbers aren't as skewed.
I know some years ago, I reached out to my administrator colleagues to see what their overtime was, and I felt really good with what ours were. So, I mean, again, that's not a scientific analysis.
Right. And it is regional. From what I found, you can tell me to stop rambling and move on with the meeting, but Southern Minnesota, they have a lot of small cities within their counties that have police. And a lot of those police will also work for the sheriff's office and pick up a shift if there's an opening. So instead of paying a county employee overtime, they'll pick up that part-time officer at, regular rate or less rate for a part-time person. So we can't use that model here because we don't have other PDs in the county that we have that access to trained, usable people to fill a shift.
And maybe it's worth noting that all overtime is not equal, right? So there's like court time where deputies get paid overtime to go to court. That's pretty small in this number. There's filling shifts, which is the bulk of this overtime. And then there is special duty, which might be assisting on a mutual aid. It might be doing watercraft enforcement, and the special duty ones have a revenue that come with them. So it's not a hit to the county net budget.
Right. And thanks for pointing that out. There is some offset on that overtime dollar as well on those events. So.
I think we all understand, Jeff. I mean, you've gotta, you can't be halfway through an accident investigation and say, well, my shift's over,
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
As much as they would like to.
I'm sure they would like to. It's like I said in the beginning, we had all these people working from home. I'm sure the jailers would like to work from home too, but it's not an option. I'm sure some of your patrol officers would like to work from home.
Yeah. And right now, it seems to be a summer thing when people get forced to work more than ever. And so we're coming through that right now. So I will say there are some crabby deputies because of forced overtime or denied days off. So again, that feeds back to the personnel costs and how that having those people available, having a lieutenant, having other, higher head position, those kind of things, and paying attention to that, hopefully will help not only eliminate overtime, but some of that forced stuff that has a negative impact on personnel attitudes. So. The only next significant increase that I wanted to talk about was the professional and technical services, which seems to be kind of an area that's growing a lot lately. And what that encompasses is a lot of our, well, as it says, technical stuff. So we've increased in the technology department through the body cameras, the squad cameras, stuff that we didn't have at all. We went from pretty much 0 to 100 on what we have available there. So we're still paying into that, and also asking this year for an increase. We need to have some of that stuff on reserve, and that's part of the contract, but the contract was for 3 less people. So right now we could start everyone with a system, but that leaves none on the shelf. And we're finding that the parts are easy and quick to interchange, and the company's been really good at replacing stuff, but there's still that shipping delay, and we're trying to avoid any downtime in recording, because that's of course when someone's going to question why it wasn't recorded. So I am asking for an increase in that, the services there for the increase in the camera. And then also, if you see on the sheet, there's $62.50 for an analyst. So what that is for is, and it was in last year's budget, but we ended up not using it. That's for the drug task force. We are involved in that. Is that not on your sheet?
Which sheet?
I'm sorry. The one that I got from Kelly, I thought she was having sent out.
Maybe not.
Sorry. I thought she was forwarding this one to everyone, so.
Would you like me to make a copy of?
Do you have it? Is it?
I don't.
Do you have it?
I have my marked up copy as I'm going through it.
I mean, this is what we have. Is it on?
Is there nothing in the notes? Mine had notes in it. And then
Notes
one,
apparently did not print.
and there isn't much, so I don't know that it's worth copying. So
6,250 towards an analyst for the drug task force.
yes,
That's in professional services.
I added it there. Yes. And that would help ensure that we keep the analyst position at the drug task force level. So it's kind of a shared position. She's helped us out on cases quite a bit on putting information together. I don't know that we'll have to spend it this year. That'll be a drug task force decision at the board level. They asked us to include it because of their funding changes through the federal and state programs. So
Is there also a note on the dollar amount for the additional camera?
yes, there should be 26,000 for that, and that's on the high side too. And that would be 2. So it's about, they're quoted us about 12,000 per unit to take us to the end of the contract. So I did my math and then added some. Just to make sure that, again, there's holster sensors that you have to buy extra. There's other interfaces that will come into play that might raise that up, but I'm trying to be conservative on, we're trying to add enough at the front end, not to have to try to find it at the back end. The next major increase.
Can we,
Go ahead.
before you skip over that part, the medical examiner, you pay some and the county has a contract with the medical examiner?
So which one are
medical? There is not a
medical exam costs, the 609.35, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, line 6271.
Okay. So what that is the county's responsible anytime somebody reports that they've been sexually assaulted for their medical exams. So that's what that budget's for. And again, impossible to predict what that looks like.
Oh, I was thinking the medical.
No, we have, we pay transport costs above and beyond what the medical examiner costs are.
And all of that is in the medical exam budget. I don't know if you included that or if I.
No, I didn't, because
No,
it's.
that'll be in mine.
I assume that, sorry. So yes, that's what that would be. And then the next significant increase that I am looking at on there is law enforcement supplies other, the 6460. And that I included some funding for radios. We did get a kind of a overhaul in the whole fleet last year through some funding. But obviously, as we add personnel, that's going to create other needs for that. So I wanted to make sure that was noted in there. And again, as I talk through that, I am pretty sure we added that last year. So it would not have been spent. So that would be that might be a double budget for 22. And I can look at that again, but it's $15,000 is what I added in there.
Is there a number of radios?
It'd be 2 mobiles and 2 portables, so it'd be 4.
On the average, each radio costs about 4,300.
Yeah. And those are kind of the highlights other than built-in costs or looking at what last year brought us and or half this year and trying to figure out the appropriate number to plug in. Wasn't a whole lot of discretionary spending or changes, if you will, from my perspective. I know there was or obviously there should be a expectation to use the designated funds. And I know that's been part of Kelly's conversation and we've looked at that too. So I do want to point out that we did spend down some of our forfeiture income on the top. You'll see some, if you look back up there, some negative numbers where hasn't been some or spent numbers, whatever that looks like. So we did take some of the funds out of there to do the inside work on a van that we got through fleet. That kind of came pretty, stock stripped down, and we used that money to do the internals on that, where we can make it a multi-purpose type use van for search and rescue, emergency management, all kind of aspects there. So we are aware of that money that's there and trying to offset budget with that.
So when I look at those revenue lines.
Yep.
Is it like 5609 and 5612? Those are zeroed out in the 2022 budget, showing that there'd be no revenue.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the honest way to do it, because we don't know what that's gonna look like. And it doesn't show as
561 is a
revenue.
holding account. You
Which
can
one?
never honestly take that either way.
What I heard you say is that you're spending more of these funds to help your budget,
Yes.
but the way they're presented, it looks like they're hurting your budget.
No.
But we
Well-
can follow up on that. They're pretty small amounts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
get
just
what
saying,
you're
if you budget zero revenue,
Yes.
then you have to come up with levy revenue to fill that.
When it's the opposite.
Yeah, so
All right. Sorry. Yes.
we can work with Kelly on how to present it in a way that's faithful to what I think, because I think the way you describe it is in fact what's happening.
Yes.
I'm just not
Yes.
sure that this is.
I agree. I agree. And I pulled it out of there again, trying to make it look more realistic, because if we don't have any of that revenue, I don't think we should have it on there, and it doesn't matter until we spend it. So that's why I zeroed it out. If I confused you, I'm sorry on that.
Nope, and that is the perennial problem with some of these restricted revenues is if you either can't budget the revenue and the expenditure so that it doesn't show up at all, which seems not transparent, or you budget them to equal out or to zero out. And I think Kelly explained that best when she did her recorder technology and recorder compliance fund, that those will always zero out. Rod's canteen account and his communication account, those will always zero out.
So along with that, are there any other questions on this? Because the other ones kind of cross over a little bit into the 201 and to the other budgets that are yet to be discussed.
I have one.
Sure.
Where's the droid? What's happening with the droid? You were talking that people had to be trained to run them or to run it. Has that all happened?
With what?
The drone. Oh,
the
drone.
drone.
How about a droid? I'm sorry, the
Trying to come up
drone.
with what the- Yes.
Can droids do it? No, I'm just-
Droids are piloting. the drone.
Yes. Yeah, so they are up and running. We have 6 pilots. And we have used it on a couple different missions. And it's been, okay. It hasn't been successful in solving any of our problems yet, but it's added a layer that helps us get to that. So I'd like to say that it, found the missing person or was the key to, something, but it isn't. It hasn't been so far.
Maybe next time.
But again, it's a good tool to get out there. It helps eliminate some areas. It helps do that kind of stuff. So it plays a factor, and we're finding more and more uses for it. So
Good.
It's been a good add.
And I recall during the public meeting on the policy, the use policy, it seemed fairly restrictive as to how it can be employed. Are you finding that you're able to use it where you think you should, or is there anything policy-wise that should be examined?
Yeah, I think it's pretty open as far as the main uses I see for it. The emergent stuff where, we can put it up if somebody's missing and we have a reason to be there. So those kind of things aren't as restrictive as it sounds. Just being aware that once it crosses into a law enforcement type activity rather than a search type activity, then we have to be aware of the search warrants and those kind of things that are triggered. So there's a lot of reporting back to the state, but it hasn't been, we haven't done it yet, so it hasn't been real bad at all. That's due in March, and we haven't had the program up and running for a full year yet. So we'll see what that looks like when it comes time to do our annual reporting on that, but it shouldn't be bad. And as we talked about a little bit about the technology, it's worked out really well because we can take our body camera system and house our drone data in there. So it works out really good because of the requirements to delete stuff at a certain time and all that. We can actually, those two mesh up really well as far as our storage and retention and that kind of stuff. So that's been good.
There's infrared on those too, right?
What's that?
Infrared on them for the rescue portion.
On the one we have, there is, yep. Yep, and we are actively seeking donations of different types of those too. We put out a request for Walmart and actually the casino to add smaller ones that are more capable indoors to help clear rooms and buildings if we need to. And then also, you know, I think everything we're looking at right now is on the smaller side, more nimble type ones, but also keeping in mind a bigger one would be helpful too. So trying to keep that out of the budget as much as we can. And kudos to the community. They've supported the K9 program extremely well. And you know, they sound very supportive of drones, increasing
those programs, Jeff, are just good. The K9 program is a good example. People want to do something to show their support for law enforcement, and that's one thing they can do. And who doesn't like a dog, you know? So, but
yep, yeah,
I think that's a good positive that we have going in our smaller communities is people can give $20 and think they did something.
Yes,
but they feel good about it. They did do something good.
and they did, yes, absolutely. And our handlers have been outstanding about getting out there and
They are, they're very,
the positives that come out of that. It's hard to measure.
Are you seeing any of that where you're getting people that, you know, the big national news is nobody wants to be a cop in Chicago or Minneapolis, but the Pine counties of the world are still really good places to gonna be a cop comparatively.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be one, but
yeah, we are. I think we're still doing good in Pine County, and our community support is outstanding all the way around. And it's because of the intentionality, I think, of the deputies that are out there.
Yeah.
Talk about community policing as a concept, but I think we've always kind of naturally done it around here is being connected. So that's a big deal. It helps a lot. So again, any questions on the 201 before we move over to the other ones? No, I can keep talking.
no, you're doing fine.
But I will talk a little bit after you say no. So again, the only position I'm looking for an increase is at lieutenant. And really, I'm going to sell that a little bit more if I can before we leave that. With the conversation we just had, the increase with data collection, data reporting, expectations on how we supervise the deputies is ever increasing. And the lieutenant positions really going to help with a lot of that kind of stuff that the state is now requiring we do. I'm sure you've heard the news on the changes that they're making at the post board. Well, those post board changes also affect us on what they expect to hear back on internal disciplines or investigations or required mandatory trainings, and those kind of things are all, you know, as one entity gets looked at under a microscope, it, you know, they start pulling in the other people that talk to it, and we're getting affected by that. So there's an increase in reporting, our training, our internal workings, if you will, for oversight. And it's the same thing we're going to see in jail too. In general, there's going to be a lot more eyeballs looking at how we operate and helping us do it right. Cover that. So again, that's my sales pitch on that. We do need a little more help on the administrative side of my role. All right. We can look at then also the, what do we got left? Dispatch. So the crossover on, I'm sorry. gun permits. Oh, that's one I meant to go to. Phew. Thank you. So in gun permits, if you look at the information from before that Kelly sent out with the restricted fund balances that are out there, gun permits got really high this year. We had an amazing amount of people applying for gun permits. So with that comes an increased income. And as we were looking through that, the plan is to, well, it has always been to fund one position with that, which is in the 201, but also in the gun permit line.
So it's 210 in this packet.
So,
You said that was in the, what Kelly?
It was not in
Yeah.
that chunk that got
Oh, it
sent to
wasn't in
you.
there?
That's what I was trying to tell you.
oh, that's the one that didn't make
Yeah.
it.
So.
So I can quit looking?
Looking too.
Sorry, okay.
So like, what's, if I can, what's the numbers then, or the, what's the
So,
increase of people and like increase of revenue? compared?
I don't have the number with me. It, so how that works is the, permits to purchase are annual, no charge for those. Permits to carry, they're good for 5 years, and we were charging $100 for those. So as we see the increase in people applying, our income goes up. So over the last few years, several years, it's been slowly, steadily increasing the fund balance that's there. And part of that, we don't want to spend down. We want to save it. If there's a lawsuit, we can pay for attorney's fees and that kind of stuff on there. And we haven't seen one of those yet, but we need to keep some money in there for the what ifs. But this last year, we added a FTE in records, and that's being funded through the gun permits. And then we're also taking a percentage of 2 other records people out of that. When I looked at the fund balance and talked to one of the records people, we realized that she hadn't been coding those hours for the first part of the year. So it will go down here the second part of the year. We're gonna offset that with some, coding a higher percentage for the last part of the year to make up for what we missed on the first part. So that fund will go down a little bit. And then next year, obviously, it'll take a little bit more out of there throughout the whole year. So when those reports come out, they should be a little more accurate. If that makes sense. If not, let me know and I'll re-explain it. And those funds also we've got plans to buy another printer because we print out the cards. Some of you have them. Those special printers, we can buy those with them and supplies with those and the repairs with those. So there's going to be some costs coming out of that we know is going to be coming out. And then also we can pay for technology. So I talked to Ryan a little bit about offsetting some of the other levy dollars with that and how we spend those dollars down.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if the info on that, whether it would come from you or
on total numbers.
Yeah, number of gun permits and the amount of.
Yeah, she's off today, the one that runs those, but it's pretty simple. Report it to the state, so it's all there. And I can let you know what that looks like.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, looking year to date at the end of June, the revenues were 51,000 and the budget is 45,000. So it's.
Which is good if
Yeah,
you're.
So but the revenues are far in excess of what had been budgeted.
Yeah, so you could do the math. It's roughly 100. I don't know. Well, so there is a little bit of difference. It's 100 for a new one. If you do it 30 days of expiration, it's 70. If you do it, there's 85. So there's 75, 85, and 100 that factor into there. But if you did it at 100, that would give you a low estimate of how many we give.
We got
have given out.
51,000 in there this year already.
At the end of June.
So that's 510 permits. If they were all $100.
Right. Yeah, so that's a low estimate there.
So 1,000, and they're good for 5 years, so. Not very many adults that don't have a.
I can't imagine there's too many eligible people left in Pine County to apply, but we do get them from Wisconsin. So any state outside of Minnesota can go to any county in Minnesota to get a Minnesota permit to carry. So we see a lot of border crossing coming over here from Wisconsin. And people have actually, I think we've got them as far as from California to Ohio right now. Whereas they're in this, from the state, in the state for a month, so they go through a permit to carry class, come in, get a Minnesota carry permit. And then go home with it. So it's not just people from the county, but the clear majority is.
Is there you need a permit to purchase. Is there a cost to that?
That is free.
Okay.
Yeah, we still go through the same background and
Yeah.
everything to do it.
But it's only good for a year.
Yes, so it's technically more work for someone to get over 5 years. Well, it isn't, because every year we do an annual recheck on every carry permit too. So every year we're checking them.
So do you ever pull one from somebody?
Yeah, so within the system, if somebody gets arrested in another county, that gets reported to the state, which flags it on our side that we need to go look at it. And if their crime rises to the level that it would restrict their gun rights, then we'll void it out. And sometimes it's based on arrest, sometimes it's conviction, depending on how that looks. So we do have to do that.
At any county or any county in Minnesota?
I think it's nationwide.
And so once you do the more analysis, if there is still a surplus revenue in this fund, the state sets the maximum amount of the permit fee at $100. There is no minimum permit fee.
Correct.
So that, is
Sorry,
it?
I do want to let you know that there is a BCA fee for each permit, and that's $10 that gets paid back.
Right.
Yeah, so we couldn't go, of course, below.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to pay for
If we
it.
wanted to pay in.
But you could lower it to 75 if we can only spend that money on something. Is
Right.
that where you're getting, Dave?
Yeah, that's-
We can only
that's what I'm
spend it
getting
on
at.
something.
Or-
We're not spending it on the something. We could give everybody a $25 break.
This might sound political, and I don't mean it to be political, but if you want to support gun rights, lowering the permit fee seems like an action step that has an impact.
For Pine County residents.
Yeah.
Not out of staters.
No, I'm just saying, if that fund is just gonna build forever, that's certainly the fee, generally, the fee charged for a permit should not exceed the cost of administering that permit.
Right.
And so if we're finding that's the case here, we're either not paying enough, right? If we're not capturing all the costs, then we can see if we can capture more costs. But at some point, that's a conversation that the county board could have is.
I do want to point out that Jamie is our gun permit person, and she's only been with us 2 years. She just went full-time in January. And there's more than plenty to keep processing and doing. And so we want to see how it levels off a little bit before we bring that.
That was gonna be my suggestion too, if we're gonna look at that. Again, this is a different year. We kind of had it figured out where we weren't going to be increasing, and then people wanted to give us more money apparently, so it increased more than I thought it would, so.
We also did the research throughout other counties around us and to see if they were below that $100. We could not find one that was below the $100 fee.
I bet you would be an anomaly. Or we would be an anomaly, however we phrase it.
So what are the costs? You've got to do the background check and some other things. What is the actual cost for the county to do a gun permit?
I don't know that we can put $1 to that. I really don't, because we have the counters when someone's there, how much time they interact with that person, how much time that takes out of their day. Then they're doing the inputting into the system, and then the criminal histories are getting run through dispatch, and then they're getting reviewed by me. So, if you took everyone that's touching them at any given time, I don't know that we can really put, and then there's phone calls to Reese and his time is really expensive. So how do you put a dollar to that? So I guess I don't have a good answer and I don't know how we get to an answer on that.
And it all depends where the person has lived. If you have multiple people, I mean, if you have a person that's lived in 5 different places in the last 5 years, we have to do checks to each of those counties and then some, and then wait for DHS to get back to us. And
Yeah, so if somebody has lived around a lot of places, it's faxes. Sometimes multiple faxes to get another agency to answer you,
Right.
unfortunately. So yeah, it's a tough one to answer because there's a lot of variables that come in place.
And commissioners, my apologies. Kelly did provide those spreadsheets to me that Jeff just made reference to. Would you like for me to print them out and hand them out to you during the meeting or after the meeting or?
No, I'm fine.
Are they different than what's in the packet other than the notes are on them?
You know, I haven't looked into them. There was one email and it had multiple spreadsheets attached to it. So I missed that one email.
But you got something, because there's all these in the packet.
And maybe if someone can give me the final number on 201, we'll know if we're talking English or.
The net 2022 number is $3,719,028.15.
Yeah, and then the
plus.
207, 451 would be the
Yep.
increase, right?
And 15 cents.
Yep, that was the final one that Kelly helped with.
Okay, so
So I
these
think
are
it-
the correct ones?
That
there?
one's
These
there.
are all labeled revised, so I was thinking that there was, the email that I'm looking at has 10 different spreadsheets, but they're all labeled revised. So I just wanted to make sure that you have
I
that.
think, let's stick with this one because it's got the final number on it.
And I'm wondering, it just didn't print without it printed without the note,
Maybe you didn't get the
Okay,
notes.
okay, very good.
is my conclusion.
All right, any other questions on the gun permit side?
Nope.
All right, so I think dispatch. Enhanced 911 are yours.
perfect. Okay, let's. We could start with a 204. So 204, basically, if I could get to it, it'd be good. We have a slight increase, and that's due to contracts and how many budgets? It looks like. Okay. Right, so we have the, with our staffing level right now, just like Rod, we are trying to keep up with trying to staff ahead, and dispatch has never been able to do that. It seems like somebody's always either on leave or we're in the hiring process constantly. So this year's the first year that we're actually looking at an increase. And like I said, it's just per contract, nothing out of the ordinary there. Not asking for any extra bodies.
So how many dispatchers do we have?
On right now, no, we actually are seated for 12, 9 full-time, 3 part-time. Currently, we have 11. And out of the 11, 2 are in training right now.
And that gives us 2 on all the time?
Not yet.
But
We're working towards
close.
that, close. With our, the emergency medical dispatch coming up, we're doing the TCPR right now. So when somebody calls in and needs the CPR, everybody's trained, everybody's certified right now. So currently we have more part-timers than we're slotted for, because we're looking for those people to be trained up before we move them to full-time, before they can actually be alone if need be.
But we don't have any shifts right now that are scheduled to work alone.
People work alone right now from 3 o'clock in the morning until 7 in the morning. And actually 6 in the morning. We're starting to close that gap. So what I'm looking at by spring, we should be able to have 2 people on all the time, if not 3 for power shifts. And still stay within budget.
Our power shifts are what, Friday afternoon and Sunday afternoon?
You know, you and I, it happens all the time, but for heavy events. So anytime we have scheduled festivals, any towards zero death shifts that we have for seatbelt enforcement, speed enforcement, we can have that extra person on. Just in case we have a medical come in that somebody has to give direction for, we don't have to run skinny or not take that 911 that's ringing. So we have that extra person on.
So there's 23,000 hours of dispatch time in the budget. And so I think the question is, if all of those were filled, would that allow for 2 deep staffing? So it's not a budget issue, it's a filling the slots issue, which I think was your question.
Yeah, I think that was not asking it right, maybe.
Well, no, because I mean, I think
I think we were all concerned. There was a time we remember when we thought we could do 1 person working, and I only been in dispatch this much of my life, but I can't imagine being there by myself. Multiple phones.
The times have changed. Definitely our calls have tripled, I think, in the past 10 years, it seems like. And it's not getting easier. And with what the state has put on us for statutory obligations, it's ever increasing. So, and so is the liability. So more people in there, the better. Do you have any more questions on 204?
Nope.
So moving to 227, that's our E911 budget. So this is basically a state grant that every year we get about 106 to 108. I think it's averaged 106 for the past 5 years or so. And this comes through, this funding actually comes through that little number at the bottom of everybody's cell bill, everybody's landline bill that you get, usually it's 95 cents. Well, to let you know, this year, if you haven't known already, I printed it off. That 95 cents has switched to 80 cents. And the reason for that is because the bond has been paid off through the state. It's kind of a little bit boring material, but if you want to know more about it, I did some printouts for people. That's paid off through the state. So that 80 cents is coming back to us. And what that means for us, it's not in writing yet, but basically this budget here will double. Instead of the 106, we'll probably go to 212, somewhere around that for our county, for our grant each year. What that means for us is that will help offset like our Zerker cost, anything that we use in dispatch for our CAD, in the cars, the radios, talking like that, we can actually use that funding back in our budget. I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. That's what it sounded like on our last state meeting. So
I'm a little worried that because it paid for the armor system, that 90 cents or whatever. And
I actually had some more.
I'm worried that we'll get more of the bill because we got a lot of money out of that as we built out armor. That when we need new consoles and radios, we won't get those. So that'll be hard. Like we used to. We don't have the money.
That's why I'm hesitant to even say anything.
Yeah,
like that.
but we'll have the money, so theoretically.
Again, theoretically, if you could budget it, would be nice, because then we'd know more on the levy side, but on the back end, we should be able to make the budgets work, so.
Once it starts, I think you're right. Once we get into it a couple of years and know we're kind of count on that, then we can plan on, okay, we're gonna need a new batch of radios in 2027. Have money to do it.
And the thing is too, is that if this system changes completely and we
Right.
come up with some new system, that's gonna cost us an arm and a leg, and here we go again. So, as of, if you read through that, I know it's October 1st that goes into effect where it switches from 95 to 80 cents. And then from there, I guess we'll see what the state does. So, and I know another grant or two were included in this, the 227. And that was just basically a pass-through grant for getting our funding for the TCPR, which is a one-time shot, which everybody got their training and it was a closed-out grant. So. Anybody have any questions on this one? Going once? Right. And I think that's it. Sheriff covered the rest. Hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Good to see you. I do want to say, this has nothing to do with anything, but this is my first meeting in here since the whole revamp. It is so nice to be able to see your paperwork.
Yes,
I love it. It is good.
I like it too.
So Larry Helwig from the Historical Society is planning to be here at 1. He will be the only remaining presentation for the day.
So. Want to have lunch between now and 1? You could have lunch, or if you want to stay here and listen to JJ tell stories about catching fish.
Maybe JJ wants to go to lunch and tell fish stories.
Or you can tell us motorcycle stories.
And before I leave, I do want to thank Kelly for her help, as always. She did a lot on my stuff, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. They're really nice.
Did you get the lunch break info?
Yeah, I was thinking I missed your lunch break.
Not hearing you.
Yeah. Hey, so Matt, we're gonna recess until 1 o'clock.
Okay, thanks.
Enjoy the hospital food.
I had the canine sweatshirt and I had to go down to the cities to pick up a car. That was at the compound lot or whatever, impound lot. And I almost wore that sweatshirt down there and I was talking to one of the guys and he's a police officer at the force there too.
Ryan,
And
is
I
the
said,
audio
I was
off?
gonna wear my canine because he knows a lot of our officers and he said, it's a good thing you didn't wear it here. I was like. They have Yeti coffee mugs too. commissioners in the room. What should we do?
So we're still waiting for 3 commissioners, Matt.
Okay.
And the conversation stopped.
Mhm. Were there a lot of people there today?
Yeah.
Today.
That's
She
where I
said
went.
Kathy gave a speech. When's our last night? She's still good. And Tom is here. And he's here till after Labor Day.
After Labor Day.
So, yeah, so she's.
Yeah, that was at our church.
You go to Broome? I was surprised that it was this funeral home here. I was thinking that they'd have it up in Newbury. She said Sundays are gonna be the hardest. Yeah, she said that's gonna be, Sundays are gonna be the hardest, she said. So, but she would go up there quite a bit to see her
During the
mom.
week.
Yeah, but I think Sundays were huge. So, yeah, she said, I'm gonna miss seeing the people up there. Because
Probably
it's
still
gotten to
go.
be- I said, you know what, they would probably love to see you because you're one of the few kids that did go see them as much as, and you talked to all of them, you know. Then somebody was saying something and I said, oh, no, she spent like a month there and she got called into the principal's office often because
Yeah.
she get in fights with the old people. They were playing bingo. And one of the ladies said, you're stealing the candy. And she said, I'm not, you are too, you're putting it in your pocket. She said the words pockets on, you know, and she said, come and search me. So they had to call her to the principal's office to yell at her and tell her to be nice to the old folk. And then they had to put her and her mom in different wards because they started fighting.
Oh, boy.
You apparently should have gone to lunch with them to keep them on time.
I would probably be walking back because I am so time sensitive.
Well, and it could be that there's an employee shortage, so they. think it
Yeah,
takes longer to-
I'm guessing they're not like intentionally delaying. But I,
Kitchen help wait staff.
You know, they had to close, they closed the kitchen at the Legion on Sunday because they didn't have enough employees to work it.
Then I saw somebody that had said, so what hours do they need somebody there? So, and I don't know if that took off from that. Or I haven't seen anything. since then. So.
Jared brought up brownies and it made me think of peanut butter M&Ms. You should put one of those shared locators on your phone so that you can tell where he's at.
So I have that on my phone with my husband.
Me
Yeah.
too.
See, I
And
don't know.
which we thought was a great thing, but I turned Dave's on so I could tell when he was coming and going from the house. Yeah, that would not go over.
Why? Because you were, why did you leave at 9:30?
Where you going? Where you going? How do you know I'm leaving? Well, then if it's off your phone, shut that off.
Jerry's, he can be sitting right next to me and it'll show that he's at some woman's house, like a block and a half or a mile and a half down the road.
Well, it's how you sign into the election system, so that gives you a random letter each time.
My card says I'm still Kelly's staff. Mine still says auditor. So see, I still work for you.
Okay.
But it works for, I don't use it.
he was talking about the solid waste
I did
ordinance,
today to go in.
and I didn't realize this till after.
Oh, man.
So I followed up with him.
He said, I think we were talking about two different
So-
things.
So it's unclear to me what we want to do with the solid waste.
We talked to commissioners, it seems so. See,
I don't think we'll get it.
it's probably not once you get into it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't remember what we were looking at revising, or were we? Do we have a direction?
Well, there's a template out there, and so then there was just a few
Oh,
things that,
Because we were in violation of a court
right,
decision with
Yeah.
our, okay.
right. And so there were some updates we needed to do, and then there's some updates we could do.
That is probably more of a committee of the whole conversation
Yeah.
versus the shoreland, which I think goes back to.
Does have a call from Caleb.
I'm sorry?
I had a call from Caleb
Oh.
today, yeah.
And then they'll chew on it, and I know
Right.
Caleb made some. tried to-
Changes. Yep, added a lot more options for points.
Approved portion of.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we had that
Would that have just muddied the water, son?
Well, it depends. So if the next time it comes forward, if it gets approved, then hindsight would say it was probably okay to wait an extra couple of weeks. In hindsight, if the next board conversation is just more muddled and there's no clarity, then we probably need to have the direction from the board that says some of these are okay and others of them are gonna take more time, and we can split it at that time.
He just, because it was only gonna be 2 weeks and Caleb didn't think that'd be a big deal. He said he left him my message. He's been hearing a lot from Mark.
And his property would be covered by Windermere Townships,
Yes,
which
but
his concern is, right, that they would have the ordinance after we have that.
because ours is more strict than the state statute.
Oh, and then they can't be
Less strict than us. I'm not necessarily, I don't know. It's interesting of how do you interpret that? Is a mitigation plan more restrictive? Someone could argue that it's actually less restrictive.
Yeah, I don't, it's not evident to me that it's more restrictive, because in the final analysis, and maybe the ordinance just needs some language, that in the final analysis, a variance is a decision of the board, the zoning board, that you can make a better case for or a worse case for, but simply getting enough points doesn't guarantee you a variance.
Right.
And
But
so,
that's kind of where it's heading now, right? That if you get enough points, 100 points.
It still has to meet the requirements to grant the variance.
and as I understand it, the hook is you won't get to present to the zoning board unless you get enough points. So it's a gate question, not a final decision question.
Right, no, it's not a final decision because there's statutory requirements that you have to be able to answer.
So I thought it was, you bring it to the zoning board.
It's
And
if
if
you
you're
say
at.
100 points and they
Right,
say,
no,
great, do it.
Here's my 60 points. What do I have to do to get to 100 to get it?
And it'll-
Oh, okay, well, I'll do those 40 points, and then it'll be approved.
So then this is, you get your 100 points and then you can go to the board.
Right.
But it was, I don't think it was, we got bogged down in, I think, the comments from Lambert. And really focused on those versus just the whole piece of, here's what it is, here's what it does. And then have that conversation.
Accepting the points. Yeah.
Yes, oh, yeah.
And then Caleb said, you know, and I can see his point, maybe we are wrong. It's like, yeah, then you need to take it back to the drawing board. I mean, you know, because we're probably wrong on some of these.
Yeah, well, the
Then we have a
Seward,
problem.
unsewered, treating Seward the same as unsewered. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure how I feel about the point system generally, because it does exactly what happened in that it appears that if you get enough points, you should get the variance. And that is not at all how a variance should be granted.
No. And how it can be granted. You're gonna lose in court.
I don't think taking what's done in one county and then just saying it worked really good in Carlton, so we're gonna bring it down to Pine is a good thing. We're different than Carlton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
well,
like,
you can also learn from other places.
Right.
and I really like having years ago, having administered zoning in a small city where everything required a variance.
Oh, really?
Well, it's because it's,
They're old city
they're old,
laws.
they're
where
old
nothing
cities
can-
that have suburban zoning ordinances. So nobody meets the setback.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And lots of alleys, and so you're like, well, I need a variance to do anything. And then as the zoning administrator, I recommend against all of those because they don't need a bigger, they don't need a bigger house. They don't need, it's created
It's
by.
what
the-
they want.
Yeah. And then you run afoul of your zoning board, who is like, why wouldn't we approve this? And it looks nice. Look at it. They're gonna do the landscaping and they're gonna do this and so variances are terrible. I'm glad I don't have to do that. anymore.
I just think that there's so many.
We've
So
lost-
many rules.
We've lost the keep it simple, stupid theory. And
Oh,
we've done that on,
absolutely.
I look at all the tax classifications and that used to be the theory, keep it simple, stupid, you know, now it's like, holy cow. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just confusing, right? It's okay if it meets A, B, and C, but you know, then you go to D and E and then if it's in our township, well, then maybe their rules are different than, I don't.
I helped write our townships. And one of the things that they wanted was if you have a 40, you're allowed 4 homes in that 40. And it didn't matter how many acres, you were allowed 4 homes. And I said, so I have 30 acres and my neighbor's got 10 and you're gonna let him build 4 homes on his 10 acres and
And
I'm
then
stuck with
I'm
my
out.
30 and I can't do anything. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Not going there. You know, and they kept saying, but it keeps it. And I said, no, you're tying on other people's property. I still don't even see a car in the parking lot.
I keep telling my kids that they're gonna have a tiny house with me living in the backyard.
And we can't do tiny houses in our township.
See, there's gotta be
That's the one
some
thing that really. hit me.
language that you can add to get tiny houses and create them peninsula homes.
Yeah, because that's what they wanted
It
to
has
stop
to
was
be
the
under
old
two
no
hundred and
homes.
twenty.
I think those tiny houses are pretty cool. I'd have to downsize just a slight bit,
Just a slight bit?
but I'd be happy with that.
So I'm downsizing with our move and my husband said, we could do a tiny house and I'm looking at him going, for all the noise you create, it's not happening. I don't like noise. By the time I would leave here, it's just like, just give me quiet. I don't. And I still have an issue with it. Jerry is loud and then he plays his guitars and then he has to plug them into the amps and then he's got to, it's like.
You have to have a He had so much fun.
He's back for a very specific reason. So it's Deputy Mike Morrow's 30th anniversary of his death. So Jeff was gonna make a remark if that's okay.
Yeah. Please do. Jeff, you want to go ahead?
For Matt's benefit, I'll get closer to the mic. So I did want to take this opportunity in a public meeting to acknowledge today is a anniversary date for us, if you will. 30 years ago, Deputy Morrow was killed. And again, I just want to recognize the family and the survivors after that. Something that, again, it's kind of an annual reminder of some of the sacrifices that we go through and the challenges we face in law enforcement, and ultimately comes back to the recognition of the community support we get to it and how that all ties together. So, sorry.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks for the opportunity, and keep their family in your prayers because it's been 30 years, but it's certainly not over.
No.
Thank you.
Seem like that long, does it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
So the Pine County Historical Society. Yeah. And we got Matt in on the screen here.
Okay.
So make sure you speak up so Matt can hear.
Okay.
You can pull it closer to you.
By way of introduction, excuse me?
You can pull it closer to you if you want.
Okay. It's magnetic too. How about that? In a way of introduction, I am Larry Helwig. I hope I know most of your names, but some of you are new as well. I'm the president of the Board of Directors at the Pine County Historical Society. To my right is Tony Niswag. She's our executive director. Way back, we used to be Arla, but now we have a new Arla. She has done a superb job, by the way, in that kind of bringing us into the right century. Arla was a great historian, great person, but the computer didn't work out real well for her sometimes. And Tony here has done a great job of giving us a lot of electronic data that's easy to access. So good for her. I trust all of you have in front of you the letter that I sent and also the proposed budget. We have brought this to our board of directors and they approved it as well. So what I'd like to go over with you is just some of the highlights, if you wish. I guess the biggest thing is, as my letter states, we do extra projects not by commissioners' money at all. We do extra projects through fundraisers, through events, through donations, through, and yes, some of it COVID money that came into us. We do all of that, improvements to the museum. But what the commissioners of appropriation does for us is the bottom line down there. It keeps the electricity on. It keeps the and that's the last part of it, the electricity, the gas, the things that are important that have to be on, and the things that we don't need but want, we have to go out and find funding for that. So we sorely need your continued support in our electricity, because that gives us the ability to move into different areas. Electricity and fuel, as you know, is going to go up. It's always that way. And even if you added up those figures, you can see it's a little over what we're asking for, the 25,000. But that's okay. I'm sure you have other places you could use that. And we love your support in that, because that is the only money that is, has been in the past dedicated and we can count on. It's amazing how important that is to us. So there is if there's any questions about the budget itself, we certainly will entertain any questions that you might have. It's color coded thanks to Tony, so it's even easier to see. And while you're looking at that, I could continue on and babble about the museum. We have done some great things down there, and I know you used to meet there, and since then it's changed dramatically. We have it seems like in all areas we have improvements, and the cafe, excuse me, the cafe, as well as the antique shop, those entities bring in money to us, by the way, that goes back into the museum, doesn't go to anything else but back into the museum. So we're trying very hard to make the museum a self-sustaining operation, but I don't think we're there yet. Again, I don't want to just take up your time and talk. We love what we're doing, good volunteers. We have some paid staff that we also sorely need. And if there's questions on any line item on the proposed budget, we'd be glad to answer them at this time.
About how many visitors do you have a year?
You know, I just saw in the museum, can you answer that?
I can't, and I should have, because I have that electronic too. But
Yep.
I would say that on average, I'm gonna say maybe about 100 a month, if you think about it that way. Obviously more in the summertime than in the winter. In the winter, it can get pretty quiet in there. But I would say it's actually been going up, and I want to reiterate what Larry said. He has made so many improvements to the museum. It really is turning around from what I think when I first started there was a little bit dingy. It's looking really good. And I think the people that come there are seeing that, and we have a lot of people that come back more than once. It used to be like, well, I've been there, why would I go back? That's not the case anymore. So it's really turning around, and we're getting people to come back. COVID was a big setback, obviously. It's been hard to get them to come back. We've been trying to have a lot of events and so on. It's been hard to get them to come back now to some of our presentations and things. But, you know, slowly we're trying to have something at least once a month so that we can draw people in. So hopefully it'll get better.
What I was going to dwell on, because the museum is a little bit more on her side, but we have this new TOAST program that you probably may or may not know about, that services cafes and restaurants kind of worldwide and even overseas. So we get a report every week as to how we were doing through the TOAST program. And just last week, the cafe, along with the antique shop, 238 people came into the cafe. And that means that they also kind of stop off and see the museum and decide to come back at a later time. So the cafe has done us a lot of good. There are a lot of people coming in there, and they migrate in, and there's more of that every day.
For the hours for the cafe.
Cafe is open. It's to 7:30 to 2:30. And in the past, that was some of our problem because they were open too long with too many people and not enough people coming in. 7:30, the cowboys come in, or is the good old boys, you might say. And then at noon, we have a pretty good turnaround, and then it dwindles out, let's face it. So we clean up and go home.
Okay.
And it's good food, by the way. It's getting better all the time. I'm really heartened by the way Michelle Shank has taken that management position and gotten some good people in there, and good food, good service. Hard to find workers. It is. We struggle with that like everyone else does, but that's internal problem. We would like you to continue to support us on your appropriations, and that's all I can say about that.
Well, you've done a fine job.
Thank you.
We enjoyed the time that we needed a space to meet, and you allowed us to meet.
Yeah. You know what we have outside now? We have a vintage F-35 Bonanza sitting in the back. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but that was donated to us by a gentleman, Ray Johnson, who's associated with Pine City here, through the Buffalo Airport. And he was insistent that we have this, and certainly we do. And now, why do I get this? You know something I don't know here. And also Dave Ryback, who is in the recovery business of railroad accidents. He has now brought in 40 foot of track back there in our ball area. And shortly, we're going to get a caboose at least to put on that for a display. So we're going to call that Machinery Hill, maybe something later on, and try and include that into the museum. But it's an eye catcher. That airplane is an eye catcher. I used to have one about like that, but it was a little newer, and it's a fine looking display, and it really catches your eye just like that mural does back there. So it's neat for people, especially the guys people going down Highway 23. They see that and say, "What is that all about?" And they come in.
You have a photo of that you can send me?
We do.
Yes, she probably has it on her phone, the airplane or the mural or,
Well, I'm thinking that profile is the airplane.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, she had,
Mhm.
I'll send it to you or she'll send it to you. We had quite a bit of publicity on that, but not quite as much as we wanted. We didn't, got into American Flyer and things like that, but I'm a pilot, so I kind of go with that idea.
I take that road a lot to Duluth and I love looking at, see what's happening in that plane. It is a good eye catcher
Yeah,
as
it's
the mural
exciting
is.
to see these things coming
Yeah.
in to the outside as well as the inside, because I'm a museum goer, so we go to museums all over the country, and I love it when there are things outside, and it's like, oh, wow, that looks cool, and then you want to go in, it makes you want to come in, so it's fun.
I guess in conclusion, we think we're supporting the Pine County the Pine County and having a good place to store our artifacts and to keep us, keep everyone interested in the history, because I think history is something we can't just not do. We have to understand the history. So, no questions?
Anybody?
I'll be glad to get out of your hair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, you guys.
Yeah, sorry, we ran downtown for lunch and the place was packed.
Yeah, that's
There are
another
fewer
thing.
places to go to now.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you all.
much.
Thank you.
So. We've been keeping a running total on us, David, where we're at. I kind of keep track. We're +2%, +1%, +1.
I don't have a running total of today's presentations.
No, I don't either.
I just know in my mind, I kind of go, 1% levy is 200,000. So if the sheriff is asking for 110,000, that's 1% levy increase right there.
And maybe on the bright side, we can probably cut out the radios that we budgeted this year in his budget, so we don't have to re-budget for them and just buy them out of reserves. That's like
26,000.
26.
But now all the requests we're hearing is already
That's counting.
built in to this gap we already have, right?
So everything we've heard, so who do we have left to hear?
The highway.
Probation.
And we know so far, everybody that has turned something in, if there's approximately 7%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.4 million.
Steve, could you slide a mic over so I can hear?
I was just saying, if we looked at our total budget sheets, there's about a $1.4 million gap between what we spent this year and what the requests are for. 7%, and I don't I'm not, I mean, I'm certainly not gonna go there with that much of an increase.
The Egg Society and IT are the other two for next time. Yes.
Oh, Ryan.
As I say, Ryan, how could we forget you?
Are you,
He's over there like, maybe the.
Can you guys still hear me?
These are good questions. I imagine that the way Jeff and me that the way it was. All of our benefit payments. He's got an additional sergeant, which he didn't have before. So that's added mid-year. And we just don't know what the impact of that's gonna be. We also know we just had a transition on the chief deputy. And that Paul. Matt, can you hear Matt?
I can hear you fine.
Can you? Okay. We're just having a little discussion, and maybe it's unfair because Jeff isn't here, but you know, he's asking for a lieutenant position. And we're asking some questions about our comfort with that.
Just based on the numbers, right? That's $113,000. So it's hard to have a budget conversation.
Right, right. I mean, there was nothing there today that was outlandish.
Yeah, and I think on my list, Becky had 3 positions. One was adding back the vacant position they've been carrying for the social worker. And that was a mid-year. And then adding a financial worker and a nurse. And, you know, in dollar terms, the financial worker is about $30,000. And the nurse is more than that. It was 76 minus 20, right? Mm-hmm. So about 56. So what is that, 86 total?
Makes it easier when you get them back.
Do you think we'll have some surplus there in her budget, Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. So what if we figured something like, you know, a partial on that, banking on some surplus? Like if we did a 0.5% or a 1/4% to a levy. I don't know if that's the way I do it, piecemeal it, but it's just a thought I had, because we know we're probably going to have some budget left over from last year.
Yeah, I thought about the same thing, Matt. Split that $92,000 increase in her budget. And 2/3 of it a budget reserve and 30,000 with levy increase. I mean, that doesn't go very far to fill a $1.4 million gap. Now we only got a 1.3 million.
So are you, I don't know, I missed some of your discussion. Are you thinking adding all the staff she wanted to, or where are you at?
We're not, I don't think we're prepared yet, Matt, to talk about what we want to give for direction back to any department.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
we
where
heard from
that's where I am too. I'm
But
not there yet.
I think, I get a sense that there isn't anybody on the board that wants to say, we're done, we'll raise the levy 7%.
Does anybody have any thoughts about the aid for Rod's position? What we want to do for that, so we can defend completely and so forth.
I don't know, what do you think?
In my conversation with Suzanne, she figures as long as I know when we step in the year, like she said that there might be a little bit up there. She goes, it might be a perfect opportunity. She said they definitely don't want to list it. So, because halftime is 3/4 of both, they would want to advertise. In any way, even like we were talking the halftime, the university does a great job. If you did want a halftime, they had a candidate that's good, that needed benefits, they find at least would be the 3/4.
Because Rod was halftime at Isani County as well, so Isani County has maybe a halftime position that will be open as well.
Yeah.
Right. So they're probably having the same conversation.
Right.
Are we gonna continue with this? Call David and see what he's doing, Pine County, or are they gonna eliminate it, or what are they gonna do?
And theirs was a master gardener position, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Oh, so Rod was a master gardener there?
Right, he's the master gardener coordinator at Isani.
I thought he did egg and that's why it was getting so split.
Well, and I mean, I think he was spending half his time here. I just think that there could be more hours here. I don't think we were getting shortchanged.
No.
No, but what they were saying was because it was the big counties that Pine County residents weren't getting as much service as they probably should have been getting, because if Isani jumped in first or whatever they got. If he had a program and they filled the spots, then we didn't necessarily get them.
I think we got 20 hours a week out of them.
Yeah.
I don't know how strongly people feel about spending more money.
I think we just gotta look at, see where we're at,
Right.
because right now, if we leave it at halftime, it saves us, what, 6,000?
Is it possible to talk to Isani? Could you do that and see what they say? Thank you.
Suzanne maybe already has. That's not her area, but
Not her area.
I mean, I think they all were.
yeah.
Yeah, I will follow that up.
Back to the sheriff thing. The Kelly, the gun permit thing, I've had this thought and I've asked it before, David asked it today. If we're not figuring out, we can only spend that money on certain things. And if we're not figuring out how to spend that money and it keeps building up, why don't we lower the amount everybody has to pay for a permit? Give everybody a break.
Yep. And I guess we're paying for staff time out of that.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's much else coming out of that, and maybe that's a conversation that we need to further with
But when
Jeff.
you're talking, seems to me that we're missing something there. He's talking about the amount of time are we charging 10% of his salary to gun permits? Or
Charging 0 of his salary to gun permits.
yeah, well,
Him and
when
Reese.
when he talks that it takes him a certain amount of time. Scotty Grace a certain amount of time. Takes somebody certain amount of time, let's make sure,
Because we're only doing the office gals right now to it.
yeah.
But he said Reese looks at them, Jeff looks at them, and then the dispatchers have to do their background checks and stuff.
So it seems to me we're missing the boat there that we could. If people are paying that money, then let's spend every nickel of it. And so we have to spend less levy money.
Maybe he just needs like a new set of eyes looking at what you can spend it on. You know, I don't know, sometimes I've been that way too. You share something so long.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
That'd be another option too, to look at the list of what creative with it, you know. And I was just curious, to me, it was kind of, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around, because I just read the piece in the paper of promoting home safety and what you can do to not be a victim and everything. How to place stuff, on and on and on. There wasn't any mention about home safety being wrapped around the idea of having your, a weapon at home. And yet seeing the number of prizes.
Kelly,
Yes.
can we spend it on the gun range itself or maintenance on the range?
That's a good question. I can
Yeah.
see.
You gotta, I have a concealed carry. I know you gotta qualify. I did mine up in Carlton. I guess I didn't even, here, but yeah, you have to go to a range.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess though that, the range that we have is not generally open to the public. Yeah, and I think they do allow some use of it, but it's not connected to the permit piece.
Right.
Which would be.
Well, it could be though. They have to shoot somewhere to keep their permits up.
Right, that's why I said I didn't even know. I went to Carlton where Blanca, I think we trained me and my wife, family.
That was 2 years ago that was donated to the sheriff's office.
That's a great point, man.
The old free.
I mean, you take all those little $5,000, pretty soon you got a full-time.
I don't know.
Position almost.
Okay.
So I think on the gun permits, you ought to be able to go through and each of the people who touches it, right, Jeff, Reese, whomever, should have an estimate of what they spend on a permit. And then create some sort of a document
Yeah.
that would just, total that and say for each permit, there's $50 or.
If I spend if I'm the county attorney and I spend 2.5 minutes looking at one of them, and there's 1,000 of them every year, how many minutes is that? 2,000 minutes. At
I think what he was what I gathered from it was they come in so radically.
Right.
And the first contact is at the counter. They look at it briefly. It goes, and you already have all your infrastructure set up. You already have an office, you already have a person there. They deal with it. Because I know there's a waiting period too. You have to wait. So it's not like walking your patrol inside, the saddle or running your shift. It kind of fitted in as filler work, I think. So it's kind of hard for them.
There's so many places.
That was a good way that Steve explained it right there. I mean, that was.
They bring the money into the auditor and then they have to write the receipt and they give the treasurer. So there's so many different places that it goes.
But to get that money, yeah, it'd be a good way to look at it. It's receiving it here takes a minute.
But if we,
So many.
well, if we've already collected 51,000, that's 510 permits roughly. So we're gonna collect 1,000 permits.
Mr. Chair, could I comment?
Yeah.
But if you created a spreadsheet with a flow chart and you took like the average, so say that you went and you took it to spot A and the first time at spot A, it took 5 minutes, but for somebody else, it took 15 minutes. Well, if you just would designate 10 minutes and have that standard for it, so you wouldn't have to keep track of your time, just keep track of the action. I mean, on a flow chart, that would make it easier.
Well, and they did bring up that it depends on how many times they moved, you know, if, have they moved? So I mean, there's so many different aspects as to how much their background checks and stuff are gonna take, depending on where they were. Where the majority of us are probably pretty local and have stayed here the whole time.
I guess we're not gonna solve that here today, but I think it's something staff can work on and get it figured out. So that either we're capturing all the money or we're not gonna collect as much money. That's what I'm concerned of. We're collecting $100 and we're only spending 75 of it to do the job. 25 of it's just going in a kitty that we can't legally spend on anything else. We either gotta should quit collecting so much money, or we should, like JJ said, get another set of eyes to look at it and say, where can we spend this money?
Come across the border.
There.
What do I think? And then
He said California.
money.
I was like, whoa.
Promote it more.
Well, we can't be the only county that has this situation. So maybe it's something that our legislators need to be involved with, about opening up the scope of what it can be used for, because we're having this conversation. Maybe other counties are having the same conversation.
Yeah, or maybe they already thought of a way to spend it and lower something. Let me know. I certainly look at the list of, you know, like with ARPA, you know, we were given the kind of lines of what it could be tied to and right out easy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still on the fees for the gun permits? Because I can't hear it clearly.
We're all over the world, Matt, but we're all over the world. So talk about whatever you want to.
Well, I want to go, so there has to be a reason we could collect a fee originally. And what was that fee for? Just to pay for the process?
Yep. The way I understand it.
So, and we don't need it all to pay for the process. That's what I'm getting.
Well,
I think we
think
don't
so.
know definitively, but I think after we go through the process, we're still gonna find that we're not able to expend $100 per permit.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
And would it be terrible, like, I think me and you a while ago had said, well, let's lower it. Would it be
Yeah.
terrible to be the lowest around? We're the only county in the state that offers free tuition to a college for all our,
So,
you know?
that's what I say. So if it only costs $80 or 70 instead of 100,
I think you might still have the same at the end of the day. You'll still have the spending problem though, right? More should come, I would think, but then if you still can't.
I don't know, JJ.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're gonna.
That would be a good problem to have.
lower
but
your
I think
percentage
Kelly,
more of it.
I just have the statute pulled up, but I'm
I was looking at
finding.
that.
I'm guessing Kelly can be pretty creative of finding a way to,
I'm just gonna speculate though, that $100 is not a disincentive.
yeah.
That there's nobody who would apply for a permit if it were $80 and they
Well,
won't when it's 100.
No.
I'll
you're
tell you what,
absolutely
though,
right,
no.
but It gives people a
I
break.
would argue that because I didn't do it for a long time. And the reason I didn't do it is because I figured by the time you took the class was 100, at least 100. And by the time you paid the county was. That's half. Way to go.
Yeah.
So, do.
Let's get the permit. Do I really
Mhm.
need it?
do I think lowering it $20 or $25 is gonna make a difference? Probably not, but
So this is what the statute says about the fee. It's very is less of this amount, $10 must be submitted to the commissioner.
Yeah, so what,
That is the,
So they're saying the actual fees or $100, whichever's less.
yeah.
So then are they
So-
saying our actual fees are more than $100?
can you say it again?
She said that it's the actual fees or $100, whichever are less. So they're saying that the actual fees are over $100 then.
No,
Because we
they
picked the
could be.
$100.
Yeah, that,
Right.
so if
So
you,
the $100 would be the least of the two. Mhm.
so if we went through the exercise and determined it cost us $110, we would have to eat that 10.
Right.
So
I'm guessing you could do.
Because I also think that
Maybe.
as part of that fee, besides your time, as Jeff's talked about in the past too, is just having a fund balance in case there is
A lawsuit.
lawsuit regarding it too. But I mean, we don't need $140,000 fund balance in case of a lawsuit.
So we'll just await further clarity on.
Yeah.
what We think the actual costs are.
Yep.
I think in backing up just a little bit, I think our revenues in the general fund are making it hard this year. Because our overall non-levy revenues are down like $100,000 total
And that's rents and prisoner boarding
and interest.
and interest, yep.
That ain't gonna change.
No, but I
For
think
years.
that, but that's of that 1.4, there's 100,000 of it in lower non-levy revenues. Which I don't know if we can squeeze the turnip more, if we're missing something. Even county program aid is down like
Right.
$30,000.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, but that's the way the formula is. And Kelly, yet to be calculated is it's new revenue from new construction.
That is done. It's about 1.3%.
Is that figured in the? That's not figured.
No, because it's not really anywhere to figure it.
Is it? Yeah, it
I
doesn't.
mean, you could just say, instead of a 7% levy increase, you're really only doing a 5.7.
Yeah, it's, the property values don't translate into a revenue, which is
Right.
why it's hard to have that.
Yeah.
Or not hard, it's just confusing sometimes to have that conversation. So two important numbers, the levy increase, taking the amount levied in 1 year versus the amount levied in the next year, and then calculating that increase. And that's where we've been about 3% in recent years. And then there's the tax capacity rate, which should go down.
To me, even if you did like a 5%, the tax rate's still gonna go down because values went up so much.
And our generally,
The amount that anybody writes out for a check is gonna go up,
Right, because their
And that's
tax
all they-
capacities are larger.
and that's all they care about.
yeah, and that's, I think when Kelly does her spreadsheet, that really outlines or it makes evident how all these numbers play together. And so that will be maybe a good conversation next time. And I think our tax capacity rate has tended to compare relatively okay with our immediate neighbors, but has tended to be high when compared with counties statewide.
But East Central Minnesota is high.
Yeah. That's probably a factor of lower generally,
More open land.
low valued open land. So if you're in,
Southwest Minnesota, you have lots of open land, but it's
Oh.
$12,000 an acre land.
Yeah.
Depending on corn
8,000
prices,
an
it's
acre.
going down right now.
10,000 an acre.
but if you're in East Central Minnesota, there's not a lot of 12,000 or 8,000.
You imagine paying 10 grand an acre for a farm?
Or if you're a lake
Actually,
county.
if certain the state laws pass, they can try to collect on that when there's a death.
All right, can I go to work?
Yep. I think we're done till next, when do we meet again?
Next Tuesday,
Is that here again?
here again.
At 9?
9.
That was my nightmare last night was I went to the wrong place.
That happened.
I know. Yeah, go Kurt.
So you just jump on your computer.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah. Yeah.
I tried, Steve, I tried logging into that, the meeting last night for the ECRDC
Oh, yeah.
and they didn't give me a link. And I've been getting good at it. I mean, logging in and
Yeah.
and the stuff from here has been
I'll do it
working.
for you.
But there was no Zoom. And then I went to the email quickly, looked
We'll see you guys.
for any old email. See you.
See you, Matt.
Take care.
Hi,
Did you
Matt.
see Henry's email,
Yeah.
Josh?
So, I missed it. I tried calling, but nobody would answer because logically they were in a meeting.
Looking for a job?
So I was just gonna try to grab the minutes from them.
What does
There's
it,
something
what
to
does it
present.
pay?
The last
Can I
ones
do it
was at
remotely?
pretty- I don't think I said a
I'm
word.
good right now, but
But
not.
I was there to represent.
Okay. But
Save,
that's awesome.
save money, I
That'll
guess.
be good.
They have us,
So
I don't know, sometimes they're not the most
I'll try
organized,
to
I
meet
don't think.
or connect
Yeah,
with
so I'm
him
gonna-
on Thursday. with
I'm gonna get a
Leslie.
contact and then
Okay.
just express my concern
Just
that,
think Leslie should
you
be
know,
in the mix.
if I can drive down there, it'd be nice finally someday to meet them and sit and shake hands and but until then Zoom, I think
Sounds
is
good,
fitting.
yeah.
They should
I'll
have
maybe
a,
try to connect with them, just.
it's pretty easy for people
The
to
reason
set
I
up a
didn't,
Zoom
I
meeting.
just kind of had you.
And then they should have a
I'll-
cell phone number for contact.
There was all this Mora 629 extension
Right.
numbers again, and they were all,
Yeah.
so I'll ask Dave if there's a good contact for the
I'll
ECRDC.
reach out to Bob.
Okay.
See what their issue is.
Unless I clicked as many times as I could on all this.
I'm sorry? Yeah, we did.
We did.
Yeah. Did
It's
you hear me?
4:07 PM.
So,
Have to-